Hey, what's going on, people? Welcome to the Thursday night Speak Pipe Show. That's right. I'm your host, James from My Take on Reality. Before we get started, let me make sure that you guys can hear me. You can see me. I'm not sitting here talking to myself, acting crazy, looking crazy. Okay. Give me a one in the chat if you guys can hear me and you can see me. I see some ones in the chat. Thank you so much. I used to say, give me some ones if you can hear me and see me. Give me some twos if you can't, but that's kind of, you know, that's a little jacked up because like two would indicate that you could hear me, you could see me. So we say, I can hear you and I can't hear you and I can't see you, as I'm hearing you and I can't see you. I appreciate that. But yeah, the twos actually might help if during the course of the show, if the sound goes out or something crazy happens, that would help. That would help. All right. I have I have three announcements to make. Starting tomorrow, I have a video out that I don't know if a lot of people saw that I released the video. And the video, let me get the let me call up the I was not prepared because I didn't even think about it until just not this right this second. You guys are watching my eureka moment. I didn't think about it until right this second. I'll show you the thumbnail for the video that I put out yesterday. Okay, here it is. I'll just gotta do a whole bunch of jumping through hoops because you know the system is the system. I put this video out yesterday, and actually I think we're going to be touching base on it through one of the speak pipes. One of the people mentioned it, and it is about he created and exploited single mothers. Gets a little spicy. Some folks disagree with my assessment, which is fine. Like, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion. And I'll say this. If you disagree with something I say, an assessment, an observation, you're furiously angry, or you just minorly disagree, I do not mind. In fact, I invite you to contact me. You can send me an email if you want to have a further discussion. Like I can carve out time and give you a call-in link. We can call in, have the conversation during one of the lives or whatever the case may be. I'm not opposed to people having their own opinions or differences of opinion, just so we're very clear. So if you disagree with me, I'm not taking it to heart. I'm not sitting there, oh, who do they think they are disagreeing with me? I'm not that guy. Because I think that if you believe something, especially if you have the ability to get on a microphone, the power of the mic, and you say something and you aren't willing to back up the things that you say, then you probably shouldn't be saying it. right. If you are willing to have a conversation about positions you've taken or observations you've made and be open to being corrected, or, you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's, you know, I'm not sitting there saying I'm perfect and I know everything. If you're not willing to do that, you probably shouldn't be saying shit. Like, this isn't for you. And so that's how I approach all this. So if you guys disagree with something I say, by all means, I encourage conversation. That's why, you know, of the 4 lives that I do a Sunday night after show live. I do the call-in show. I do the Speak Pipe show, which is tonight. And then I do a Saturday roundtable panel members panel show where the members can call in, and I have like as many people as I can fit on at the table on live and we had a chat going, it's a whole conversation. If I only cared about my opinion, 3/4 of my lives would not be your input. Yes. Simple as that. A majority of my time that I spend online, as far as like my lives are concerned, is me actually listening to what you guys have to say and giving you an opportunity to say the things that you want to say. So if you disagree with me, I don't have a problem with it for sure. Okay. Uh that's just how I feel about it. But yeah, that video came out, and in it, I explore the idea or the notion, just so we're very clear. I explore the notion that, and this isn't something that I've come up with. This isn't my personal thought process. I can't take credit for it. But I think that when we address these type of things, we have to define terms. And especially when we're talking about uh, different cultures and how we can understand those cultures, we have to be able to understand exactly what it is we're talking about. As a, for instance, when it comes to polygamy, you say that Cody was the husband to these women. They were all married to him. And when we, as people who are not polygamist, hear the term marriage, as a for instance, he has 4 wives, then we assume that that means he is supposed to treat all 4 wives equally. He's supposed to be fair with all 4 wives, give time and attention and resources to all 4 wives. In practice, that is not a requirement from his faith. He is not required to give a time, attention, favor, resources to all 4 wives. Theoretically, ideally, they may be, somebody from that faith may argue that a man should do this, but it's not required. When we sit here and say that the AUB granted Cody or Mary and Janelle the quick releases, and it was like, oh, your husband ain't shit, we gonna let you go. At the same time, there have been people, and I don't want to necessarily, it's not my story to tell, but there have been people who have been in this faith who have been assaulted by men, assaulted in the most disgusting way that you understand. When we talk about grapes, okay, assaulted. And when it's reported to their parents, they are forced to marry the man who assaulted them. He's a good guy. You're going to ruin him. He's a good man. So we're just going to put you guys together. These are the same damn people. So for us to sit here and pretend like, oh, well, they are married and he's a husband and a father, he's just not present. No. That's just because the man, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is my opinion. Just because a partner lives in the house with you, doesn't mean he's doing anything for the kids. Doesn't mean she's doing anything for the kids. Yeah, and I think that we have to expand. It doesn't do any good to say that the only time a woman is a single person is if she doesn't have anybody at all. And that's the only thing that I would say. For instance, if we say that Cody was living in the house, Cody would only deal with his kids during the time that it was his wife's night, for instance. So technically, he's not even dealing with the kids on his time. He's dealing with the kids with his wife there. His wife is dealing with the kids. His wife is dealing with the kids, and he's there. He's just present, sitting at the table. They cutting up. He look over. You gonna get this? You gonna do something about this? We watched that when he was over at Janelle's house, and the boys were upstairs fighting, and he was working on the computer downstairs. That's not him being present and active. That's just him being a bad dad. No, that's him not being present. That's him not doing anything. Right? Just because he's sitting at the table doesn't mean he's contributing. And if he's not, if we're going to take that as an example, then if you have a mom who uh, has primary custody, she's dealing with the child day to day. The father who has visitation sees a child 1 week in a month, and sometimes he comes, sometimes he doesn't. Then that woman isn't a single mother because he's involved. He's there and he's helping out. The only way she could be a single mom is if he absolutely isn't coming around. I don't think that that's accurate. I don't think that that's accurate. I think that that's an extreme case. If you are left to yourself, I think that's absolutely an extreme case. But if you live with your parents and the other parent, the other biological parent, isn't involved with the children, you're a single parent. You're a single parent. You know, and to some degree, I think it's far more. It might be more honest if he's not coming around and helping you. Like, because in Christine's case, or Janelle's case, or Mary's case, you have a guy who says that he's going to be there and he's going to help out, but he's not doing anything to help you out. If she's saying, could you look on our kids, your kids? Can you go downstairs and look on your kids? I have to go to work at night. Can you go look on your kids? And he said, no, I ain't doing none of that shit. That's on you. That's your responsibility. She's a single parent. She's a single parent. That's my opinion. But we'll get into it during the speak pipes. But that's some of the things that I talked on. And especially when it comes to exploitation, we have to remove the idea. And this is one of the things that I talked about before. And again, if you guys disagree with me, call into the show. Don't call into the show, leave a speak pipe, or send an email, whatever. We can have the conversation. It's fine. Sometimes we get lost in the idea of celebrating Christine, Mary, and Janelle because they left, and how heroic it was that they left. And I've often said that even though I think they deserve credit, I also want to recognize women or people, parents, who have to leave situations like this, and they don't have the financial resources like a TV show, like being able to make six figures a year for multiple years, 10 or 15 years. They don't have the ability to make $1 million a season, and then they decide to leave with houses and property in their name. Some people decide to walk out the door and they don't have these things. Like same. Just because these people were on TV and they had certain benefits or certain access to certain resources, that doesn't mean that they weren't suffering. Because I could make the same argument with the kids. The kids weren't that bad off because, after all, they were making six figures. They had plenty of money. Oh, but the kids didn't really have access to that money. Well, that's, they were still in an upper class household. And I don't think anybody's making an argument that they somehow benefited from being in upper class households. So, we'll talk about it. We'll get into it. But then tomorrow, I have another video coming out, and I'm talking about Megatron. She presented the idea of why Robin might be pissed off, right? And I listened to what Megatron had to say. Like, I listen to y'all. I listened to what Megatron had to say. Robin mad because she had to come up off some of them percentages in order for her. She had to come up off some of them ducats in order to bring those other women up to 25%. And I listened to what Megatron said. And you know what I did? I went and messed around and did the math. That's right. When we sit around and talk about these things, we have to start being specific, because apparently they don't want to be. Because when you break this shit down, I'm going to give you guys a little hint. Okay? And I'll break this all down in the video that's coming out tomorrow. Please check it out. Spread it around. Let folks know that this is what we're doing. We are checking numbers. We doing the math. Okay, the math that they don't want you talking about, we're doing the math. And why Robin was pissed off? Because, long short, When Cody and Robin are together, they are married. There's no reason to divide their shit. I'm not with Cody. I'm separate entity from Cody. Cody is your legal husband. You have rights when it comes to Cody and that property. Cody cannot just hide that shit from you, Robin. Let's not pretend that that's not the case. You guys share bills. You share expenses. You guys are fully married, 100% married. There's no reason for us to sit here and pretend that you aren't. And when we do that, and we put your percentages together just on a percentage of the property, Janelle had 16.1% of Coyote Pass. Mary had 7.95% of Coyote Pass. Cody and Robin had 76% of Coyote Pass. What does that translate into dollars? Dollars and cents. Because like I said, I did the damn math. From the sale point of $680,000, 25% a piece is $170,000 for each party. Divided 4 ways times 4, that's 680, right? What happens if the little contract that Robin signed didn't go through? They didn't transfer the property. The original agreed upon or the original stated deed, what would the percentages equal to when it came time for the sale? They sold the property for $1.5 million. That means that Janelle's share of the property would have been $109,480. Ooh, that's not too bad. $109,480. Mary, we'll do Mary last. Cody and Robin, they would have walked away with $517,140. This shit is in my video. I do the math, baby. Cody and Robin would have walked away with $517,140. Mary would have received, and this shit had me crazy. I was like, what? When I did the math, I had to do the math 5 times because I was like, I must have this shit wrong. Mary would have had, because it's 7.95%, Mary's portion of Coyote Pass was $54,060. Not even $60,000. She probably paid more than that. It's for Coyote Pass. $54,000, $54,060. What? And Robin and Cody was walking away with $517,140. And this is not including they paid $890 for Coyote Pass. It's not including that. Or not Coyote Pass, the McMansion, which they sold for $2.2 million, I think it was. And when you balance the money out minus the equity and shit, I did that math too, and they would have wound up walking away with like something like $1.2 million, $1 million, $1,210,000, something like that. $1,210,000, something like that. They would have walked away with, minus the equity and home loans and shit they took out. But still, they would have walked away with almost clean $2 million from this relationship. That's why Robin is pissed off. Y'all asking why she mad? I did the math. Megatron, I think, is on to something, and I'll go down the rabbit hole with it. And it's all in this next video that I have dropping tomorrow. Check that shit out. $50,000. Man. Mara, I will not be silenced. I'll be like, I'm gonna need some bail money. That's me and Mary different. We cut from a different cloth, baby. 50,000. I will not be silent. Shit, I'm gonna need some bail money. I'd have to run a GoFundMe, get my ass out of jail. I'm gonna walk away with like 10%. What? Are you crazy? So I go through that. Not to mention, in a video I talked about this video that I released he created exploited single mothers. I talk about something that I've never heard anybody say, right? And I bring it up. Maybe I should just do a video into itself. But we look at the conversation between Mary and Cody. And we talk about all the time, we talk about how Mary gave all her money. Mary and Janelle gave all that money so that they could buy the McMansion, right? And what happened in the history of the McMansion? How did they get the McMansion? They got the McMansion because they were renting the McMansion. They found this big ass house that they needed to rent because, you know, Robin couldn't have the kids sharing rooms and shit. When they gonna build on County Pass these luxury homes, money from I don't know where. They were going to develop and build homes on County Pass. But until then, Robin had to have a big, comfortable, huge ass house with 5-6 bedrooms in it. So they found a house that they were renting. They were in it, renting it, in it for about 6 months to almost a year. Then all of a sudden the house, oh my goodness, the owner done lost their mind and they want to sell the house now. And so Cody says to Robin and or Mary and Janelle, we need your money so we could buy this house. That's how they got the McMansion. Here's the thing, guys. When I say you need to understand a thing, and once you understand a thing, you start to see the patterns of a thing, because a thing can't help but do the thing that a thing does, right? You look at the pattern. The McMansion wasn't Robin's first rental property. The McMansion was not Robin's first rental property. When they first moved out to Arizona, she was living at a spot that was legit a mansion. It was a legit mansion. They were selling that house for, guess how much, y'all? Guess how much that house sold for? $890,000. Oh, what else cost $890,000? The McMansion. They were renting that house. They were there for almost a year in that house. Then, oh my goodness, the owner done lost their mind and they want to sell this beautiful rental house. The exact scenario that they had with the McMansion. What it sounds like to me, and then Robin comes in with these super specific, the super specific criteria for her to be able to rent another house. And that's why they had to buy the McMansion, because she couldn't find a rental. I'm just praying that the Lord will bless me with a 5-bedroom mansion that sits in County Pass in this particular school district. Nobody owns those kind of big ass houses and rent them long term. It's not a thing. They'll rent an Airbnb maybe, you know, but they're not renting those types of house. Like if you own that kind of house, why would you rent that shit out? If you want the asset or whatever, you'll sell it before you rent it. That's not a thing. So it's just weird to me that the exact scenario happened. The only real difference is at the time they were trying to, when all of this came to light, those other houses had not sold yet. They didn't have access to the other wives' money. When they got into the McMansion, all of a sudden they had Christine. She insisted on buying, she took money out because she wanted to buy the house because she didn't want to have her money mixed up with all the other people's money. Mary and Janelle, they told her, he want to build on County Pass. We're going to be a family again. And they kept that money in the bank at Robin's insistence, because if there was an episode where Robin was sitting there bragging about how she sold her house, because she sold her house first because Cody fixed her house up. She had a full ass backyard. Everything was done in her house. Right? Her house sold first. Mary's house sold second. I think Janelle's house sold third. And then Christine's household, or Christine's house, that I think was Janelle's. But either way, I think those were the two last houses to sell. But either way, I think that was the play the whole damn time, y'all. I think the play the whole time was for them to get the money to buy Cody and Robin a big ass house. It just didn't work the first time. So they came up with the same ass excuse because the thing is going to do what a thing does. And they came up with the same damn excuse. And they used the wives' money to get it done. And I talk about it in that video as well. But guys, look, I'm just saying. And the third announcement that I have, then we're gonna get started on the speak pipes. We got a lot of speak pipes to get through. The third announcement, I am going to move my lives to a separate channel. I've created another channel where I'll be doing my lives from. So you'll be able to like, I'll still run it through my take on reality as well. But the new channel that I have is, drum roll please, the new channel that I will be running my lives through will be, here it is, my take on Sister Wives Lives. My take on Sister Wives Lives. So if you look that up, that channel is available. Starting, I think Sunday will be the first time I actually activate it. Thank you, Wendy. So that way, like, if you're into just watching like the short-term videos, like the shorter videos, I have a space for that on my take on reality. The lives will be, for especially about Sister Wives, will be located on that channel. You'll be able to watch them on my take on reality, but the rewatches won't be able to. You won't be able to do the rewatches because it's killing my channel. Because you know, it's the way the algorithm works. I had to create another channel. Katie, glad you asked that. How does the new channel work with subscribers? In order to be notified, you'll just have to subscribe to the other channel, and it'll notify you when I go live or when I do things like that. All right. But yeah, so that way it gives folks an opportunity to be able to do the live stuff, and it won't necessarily impact the My Take on Reality channel. So yeah, I'm very excited about that. You'll be able to, Wendy, you'll be able to rewatch from the other channel. You'll be able to rewatch from the other channel. It's just that with this is I didn't really think about it, but I don't know if you guys are familiar with another creator named IQ. She had a big channel, a decent sized channel. Her first channel, decent sized channel. She did really good work, really good videos. And then she started doing IQ Live. And I never really understood why she separated the two, but now I get it. Now I understand. That's why she had the two channels, IQ and then IQ Live. At least that's what I think it is. Yeah, they only have 2 episodes left, so I'm going to ride it out. The only reason I'm riding it out on this channel is because people are used to coming here to watch it, and I don't want to, alienate folks or cut folks off. But moving forward, a lot of it will be on the other channel. My lives and stuff for Sister Wives will be on the other channel. All right. Yeah, Pink Butterfly. Yeah, I haven't seen IQ in a while. I hope everything is okay. I know she was like, she had a moment where she kind of went off on a hiatus, and I don't know why. Then she came back for a little bit, and then she then disappeared. IQ is another content creator, covered Sister Wives heavily. Like I said, very good content. She had really good content. I liked her a lot. I tried to do I wanted to do a collaboration with her, but things just didn't work out. But those are the 3 things. So I had a video that came out yesterday talking about the single mothers. Basically, Cody, and this, and there's real single mothers, and I don't want to diminish the struggle of women who find themselves in dire, especially in dire straits, because they have to do it by themselves. But I also want to recognize that you can be a parent who is functionally a single parent. And in some cases, it might be worse because not only are you dealing with the children, but you're also dealing with a partner who is acting like a child. So you technically, if you have one baby with that person, you have two babies in the house because you're dealing with the child you made and the child you married. And so, from that respect, I think that there is that point where you could functionally be a single parent and maybe not entitled or not by recognized by law, but you're a single parent. It's kind of like being a kid who's in college and your parents disowned you, but they're millionaires. And you put in for student aid and they say, whoa, 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 your parents are millionaires, but they disown me. They don't pay for nothing. I pay for everything myself. I work 5 jobs. I'm trying to get through school. I need some help. And they say, yeah, but your parents could pay. They could pay for school, but they're not going to. I told you, what part of disown me did you not get? Okay, Kathy Ferran. Kathy coming in with the T. Okay, Kathy Ferran. My take on reality. IQ said she will go live when she can because her life is crazy. So she said she can commit to us. She can't commit to a schedule, but she will keep popping up when she can. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I think she's valuable. Her voice is valuable in the space. So I think that's cool. That's cool. I mean, it's to be honest with you, as long as she's okay, you know, she's got to take care of herself. She has to take care of her family. She has to, if she has things going on, keep thoughts and prayers for her. And speaking of which, let's put some hearts in the chat for members who may be going through some things. I don't want to get into their business per se because it's not my business to be sharing their business. But if I become aware of some struggles or some things that they're going through, I want to be able to give them the support from the My Take community, let them know that we're thinking about them and we're pulling for them. First up, we have one of the Mega Mod squad. Want to put a big hearts in the chat for Carmel Cuties. She has some challenges that she's been facing recently. Like she shared with me, I have full confidence that Carmel Cuties will rise to the occasion. You know what I mean? Kick ass, screw the names, right? Right. But, as life is, life is challenging. Life can be hard. And some, and I've always said, getting old and living life, this shit is not for the weak. Okay. This is not for the weak because you got to have grit. You got to have toughness to be able to survive this bad boy because life will put its foot square in your ass every chance it get. Right? You're like, I'm doing good. Life be like, oh, really? Hold my beer. Foot in the ass, right? Just that simple. So Carmel Cuties, big shout out to Megatron. She was going through some things with her family, pulling for her and her family during this very difficult time. Of course, we had Miss Betty. Her husband was going through some things. I want to make sure that she feels supported. I see her pop in every now and again, but I just want to make sure that we give her a shout out. Kathy Ferran, she had some challenges, but as you can see, Kathy in the house, Kathy is indomitable. She is not going to be sidelined at all. Also, big shout out to Darlene Hall. I don't know where she is with what she had going on, but I just want to give her that support. All right. But thank you guys so much because it means more to me that it's not just from me and it's from like us as a group and us as a whole, if that makes sense. Right. But thank you guys so much. Before we get started, let me I think we had some super chats come in. Susie Q up in the house. That's OG, triple OG right there. Susan Q been around for a minute. $10 super chat. Gnosis Self was calling it polygonometry. I think we need a crash course in polygamous math because we're going crazy applying the math and logic the rest of us live by. I think that that's accurate. I mean, I think that there is a I want to say that there is a logic uh shout out to Aaron as well. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Aaron. Just saw that. But yeah. I think that there is a logic, and I get the logic that they're using. I understand the math that they're using and how they come to the conclusions that they come to. I do think that this shit is wrong and is full of fallacies and is at its core incorrect. But it's just, in some cases, it's just, imagine the most selfish thing you could possibly do in a situation, relationship, or to a loved one or a partner. Do that and then just say it's okay because I'm a polygamist. And when people criticize you, say you just don't understand polygamy. You just don't understand how polygamy works. That's your problem because you don't get it. And that's pretty much what it is. Right. But a lot of this stuff, I look, like I said, if you can understand the thing, you start to see the thing that the thing, not only what is capable of or what it did or what it has done, but you also start to see what it's capable of. And I think that that's kind of the trick. But thank you so much, Susie Q. Let me give you a little something. We're about to light the fires and kick the tires, get this bad boy rolling. Thank you, Susie Q. Then we have Darlene Hall up in the house with the $5 super chat. You don't worry about losing members. An extra cause of another channel. Yeah. You don't worry about losing members. Extra cost of another channel. Well, it's as far as like creating another channel, it's not that I'm splitting the members. I'm just giving members what they want. So it's, if you're a member, because I have people who watch the channel and don't do the live. So if I have members, and I'll get a little bit into the algorithm of YouTube as I understand it. If I have members who watch my channel, right, and they only watch my videos. So when I put out short form videos, like 10, 15, 20-minute videos, they'll watch those. Ravenous. I love them. Right. But when I come out with a live, they usually go pretty long, in fairness. I'm one of the long cats in the game. Right. Talk a lot. I got from the Talk a Lot clan. When they see those lives, they skip those lives. So because they're members of the channel, they don't watch those lives. Then the algorithm says, oh, this video must not be shit. And they must not like their videos anymore. And then if you miss enough of the videos, that's how people get unsubscribed from channels. And it's also how those videos don't get recommended, because if your members aren't watching it, then they assume that nobody who maybe has an interest in it, they probably won't like it either. So if your subscribers aren't watching it, then nobody else will watch it. So they don't recommend your video to people who potentially would like it. So to meet that need, what I'm doing is I'm separating it, and I'll have a live channel for people who like the lives, and then it'll be recommended to people who like lives, and I'll have a shorter form videos that I'll put out, and people who like those will watch those. And then, hopefully it recommends it to not only people, members or subscribers to the channel, but it also recommended to people who are not subscribed to the channel. At least that's the plan. We'll see how it works out. Like I say, Mike Tyson said that. He said, everybody got a plan till you get punched in the face. So that's where I'm at now. And, and as crazy as it is, nobody's explained that to me, but I don't mind sharing. So now you know. But thank you, Darlene Hall. Appreciate you. All right. Then we have Darlene Hall once again with the $2 super chat. Praise God, 90% recovery. Thank you for your support. Okay. All right. 90%. Whoa. Okay. I like that. There's some celebrations in there. Awesome. That's amazing. That is amazing. Okay. Good news. Praise be. Darlene Hall. Thank you so much. Oh, we have Just Scrapping in the house. What's going on, Just Scrapping? Just became a YouTube member. Just Scrapping. Do you guys see my videos? And there's a song that I play in the beginning of the videos. Guys, Just Scrapping. That was a Just Scrapping joint. Yep. She dropped me three songs. I got to figure out how I want to shoot, because I wanted to shoot extended videos using those, and I want to figure out how to do it. But yeah, Just Scrapping in the house. What's going on? How you doing? Just Scrapping. All right. Back in the cut. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, Just Scrapping. Yeah, Just Scrapping is a triple OG, triple OG. OG, triple OG. I'm telling you, it's been around. Yeah, drop that triple on me, and I'll be playing that joint every time, like rocking to it. Thank you so much. Just Scrapping. All right. So let's get into it. We came to do the thing. So let's go to it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. We're gonna drop an anonymous first up. We're gonna open up with anonymous. Let's rock it out.
Hi, James. This is Anonymous. I'm wondering if the cast members of Sister Wives are in a contract season by season, or if they sign contracts for 2-3 years at a time. I wish you'd speak on that. Thanks. Bye.
Okay.
Hi, James. This is Anonymous.
Uh-oh.
I'm wondering.
Sorry about that. Had to repeat on it. So Nice had to do it twice. The way it kind of works, it's kind of crazy. It's actually not that bad. Depending on the contract that you're in, they can sign you for multi-season or multi-project deals. For instance, Marvel, they do that. So when you sign a contract with Marvel, especially if you're one of the main characters, you're booked up for, you're committed to X amount of movies and or TV shows, right? So when you do things that way, you are locked in for those projects. The thing is, like those projects, what they get is they have a guarantee that you're going to do the project. With notification, they can cancel the contract, but in some cases, they may have to pay you out. Reality TV, they don't, because you only get paid for their stuff that you're actually in, and you get paid for the work you do. So if you're in a certain number of episodes, you get a certain pay. If at the end of the season, you might start off, like they had a young lady who was on She had dwarfism, and she wound up getting caught up because she was saying some crazy stuff online and social media, and it came to light during the course of her season, right? And she was off the chain, right? She was off the chain crazy. And when that came out, they cut her time on 90 Day Fiance. So she only did a partial season. She didn't do the tell all, and they never speak of her again, right? And when that happened, she only gets paid for the partial season that she participated in, even though she was contracted to do the entire season plus the tell all. Now, in Sister Wives, I can fully see that they may sign them for a season, like go season to season, and they very well may sign them to what's called a right of first refusal, right? And all that just basically means is that before they sign up to do something else, they have to go to TLC and give them the opportunity to get them to offer them a job or a contract. So, like for instance, if I'm doing a project, right? And you go to an audition, you get, they love it. They hire you, or they put you on what's called standby. If they hire you, they'll give you the contract. They can cancel the contract. They cancel you before you did anything. If you do some stuff like fittings, or if you're in SAG, fittings, try costumes on, wardrobe, things like that, they have to pay you. If you're in a reality show, they don't. But if they cancel your character, right? Like I get cast for a Blacklist. Like I was going to be on Blacklist, and they with James Spader, and they decide to go in a different direction. They don't pay me. They just say, okay, we don't want to use you. If I get hired for something, and maybe they have somebody else in mind, or whatever the case may be, or it's like between me and somebody else, and it's a short turnaround for a project, they might say, okay, we want right of first refusal. So before I go get another job or go take another job, they want to be able to say, no, we want him, or, we'll pass, and he can go work on another project. So it could be one of those deals. Like they could have that would be an easier way for them to do it, right of first refusal, because then they're not committed to any money. And especially with them, the chances that they'll get picked up by somebody else is unlikely. That somebody will come in and be like, oh, we want just Cody. We want just Robin. Like, good luck with that shit. Right? So they offer right of first refusal. That way, too, they're not locked in and you're not guaranteed any. They have to pay you. Yeah. I almost got picked. Actually, I won't even say I almost got picked up. I was hired for Blacklist, but they decided to they didn't even do the scene that I was in. Like they didn't hire anybody else. They just decided, they scrapped the whole idea. But yeah. But I was looking forward to it because at the time I was watching the show. So, and I like James Spader as an actor. Like I haven't met him in person, but I do like the way he holds a stage and holds attention. Like he's a very good actor. So thank you, Anonymous. Hopefully that answered your question. I think that answers your question. But yeah, like with them, especially because it's a reality show, and usually reality shows, you're tied into the reality show unless you're like crazy popular on a reality show. It doesn't really, there's no real benefit in them locking you in for like multi-year contracts, especially on a show that's declining. Like there's no real benefit to it. Like, because if anything, they might have to call the cops to get the Browns to stop calling them. I said we're not doing the show no more. No, man, I'm ready to go, player. We're not doing the damn show. Leave me alone. So, but thank you, Anonymous. Let's go to Anonymous 2. I don't think this is the same person. So See.
Hi, this is Anonymous. I have a hypothesis regarding the NDAs. I think one
Okay.
reason is to stop Mary and Janelle from claiming more money. But I also think it's possible that the show is ending, and if the OG3 continued to talk about Cody and Robin, especially Cody, that it could hurt potential TV spots for him.
Mm.
What do you think?
I think that's accurate. I think that's extreme possibility. I also think that that's part of the reason why they did the apology tour is because Cody has to try to market himself so that he can get picked up. Like one of the most damaging things about Cody is in the reality show world. Like for instance, if you're an actor, right? And Anthony Hopkins, fantastic actor. Fantastic actor. Holy smokes. It's insane watching him. But if you're Anthony Hopkins, Silence of the Lambs, right? He played Hannibal Lecter, right? One of the most insane like killers on TV or movies, right? Like 5 minutes of screen time, he gets an Oscar. He was that good, right? Nobody thinks that Anthony Hopkins is like knocking dudes over the head, eating them for breakfast. Like, no, you know what I'm saying? It's not a thing. So when people look at his body of work, they say he's a phenomenal actor. We can cast him for this. I've seen him play a father, a grandfather. I've seen him play an in-love husband. I've seen Anthony Hopkins do everything. With a reality star, your personality and your persona, public image, is your bread and butter. Because unlike, I mean, you have people who confuse, like, people from soap operas, they talk all the time, like how people will come up and cuss their asses out because they was cheating on this one or cheating on that one or whatever, right? Like, it's just a movie, right? But with reality shows, it's supposed to be an actual depiction of who you are. So if you want to move past reality shows or you want to get on another reality show, your image is very important. It's very important because that's what you're bringing to a project, right? And as far as like Cody may say, and here's the crazy part, and this is just from what I know about casting rooms, like casting. Cody may think that between him and Robin that they won't get jobs or they won't get work because people think that they're bad people. That's part of it. That's part of it. But what's worse, and this is 90 Day Fiance cast, I could think of unexpected cast. The reason why you won't get cast or you won't make it past the casting director is because you are notoriously noted as a person who is hard to work with. If you're hard to work with, and this isn't just Hollywood, this ain't just movies and TV, this is regular jobs. If you go to a job and they find out that you're the kind of person who is difficult to be around, difficult to associate with, you don't act professionally, I'm going to be around at a regular job. I'm going to be around your ass for 8 hours and you're an asshole. No, I'm not doing that. You work in reality shows, extended hours, you're going to be sitting there acting like a diva. I don't want to deal with that. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. In order for you to be an asshole like that, you got to be bringing in crazy audience. Your bankability at a box office or in the ratings has to be there. You have to be that guy. But the second your shit starts slipping off, they look at it and say, is he worth the hassle? Is she worth the hassle? And, people who threaten to not want to film, people who threaten to get up and walk off sets, people who sit there and argue and try to get people fired because on a reality show, somebody had the audacity to ask me about shit that appeared on the show. That is the reason why you most likely won't get hired. That's why. It has nothing to do with, oh, he treat his kids like shit. There's a lot of people on reality shows that treat their kids and their wives like shit. There's guys on reality show, guys and gals on reality show, just fresh out of prison, The prison, right? They've been to jail in the reality show waiting for them to get out so they can put them back on the show. So you can't tell me that there's like this morals clause that all of a sudden they're not gonna mess with you because your ex-wife was talking shit about. No, bruh. You're not getting hired because and people aren't seeking you out because you act like a diva. And it's not worth it. That you're not bringing enough money. You don't make them enough money to where they're willing to put up with your attitude. Point blank. And if I was sitting here talking to Cody, that's what I would tell him. Like instead of you worrying about what your wives are saying about you, you need to worry about how you're treating the cast, how you're treating the crew, how you're treating the people around you. And this is just like corporate James. I'm telling you, if you go into an office, there's one person that you always treat with the utmost respect. And that's the administrator slash what back in the day they would call him the secretary. That gatekeeper, that person, they pull more strings in that office than anybody. I work with CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, and when I walk into the office, and I'm cool with the receptionist, I'm cool with their administrator, and I need to get a meeting or whatever. Call the administrator. Hey, what's going on? Hey, blah blah blah. Chop it up for a little bit. Yeah, I need to get in to see him. Do you think you have 5 minutes, James? I tell you what, he got a lunch. You come through at this time to this time, you be able to maybe book something. We'll schedule something then. Cool. That administrator is the gatekeeper. If you piss them off, you ain't never gonna see shit in that. I've known people go in and talk shit to the secretaries or receptionists, and especially in like auditions, I've been on such and such, and I'm so important, and you don't understand. I'm fresh off Broadway, blah blah blah, and they go talk shit to the receptionist, and the receptionist goes back, talks to the casting director. This dude's a dick. The casting director get the actor into the back room for the audition, run him through the cycle, wash him out, and then and kick him out. You know what I mean? Kick their ass out. All right, well, thank you for showing up. This is a waste of time. Blah blah blah. You gotta go because they was talking shit to the. You treat everybody with respect because they're people. That's my first rule. If you're an asshole and you're self-aggrandized, then you treat people with respect just out of your own personal self-interest. Because 9 times out of 10, you don't know who you're talking to. I walked into offices and the executive people might be sitting out in the waiting room or sitting in the lobby area doing something. And you in there talking, popping shit, and you don't realize that this guy is like the vice president of such and such. You have no idea. And now all of a sudden you on his bad side. So no, yeah. But I do think that that's part of the reason why he's so adamant about them not talking about him, because he's misunderstanding it. He thinks that he's the bee's knees and everybody loves him, and these women are messing it up for him. But I agree. I think that he thinks it is messing up his ability to move to different platforms and move to other projects. But I don't think that that's the case. I think it's the fact that he's hard to work with. But thank you so much. We got another anonymous.
Hi, James. I was wondering, how does Cody think he put extra money into Coyote Pass, especially if he's talking about Christine's part, which was already pretty much paid off from what we were told? So how is that his extra money? And I wish they would talk about how much each one of them put in.
Yeah, I do wish. The one thing that they don't do on the show, like I went back and for the video I have coming out tomorrow, I sat down and did the math for the numbers, right? But the one thing they don't do is actually talk numbers, and they don't talk specifics. It requires, and this is where TLC, in my opinion, is kind of dropping the ball, is that they almost rely on social media personalities, content creators to put the pieces together for stories that they're telling. They should be telling us completed stories. But instead, they give us just enough information that we have to go back and do some digging or research in order for us to figure out what's what. And I think that that's inappropriate. But yeah, I would love to hear specifics. My guess, if I had to speculate, is Cody believes that here's the first part. It's my opinion that Cody and Robin, when they sold Robin's house, they sat Robin's money in Robin's bank account. That's what she said. Robin admitted that they sat her sale money for her house in her bank account, not in the family fund, in her separate account. Right? When the other wives sold their houses, Cody and Robin funneled their money into the house that Cody and Robin wanted to buy. So Robin and Cody's personal property. Mary and Janelle bought Robin and Cody's house. Robin and Cody took their money and bought portions of and used it towards Coyote Pass. Everybody is thinking that, oh, well, I put in so much money into Coyote Pass. No, you put your money on Robin and Cody's house. Robin and Cody took their money and bought Coyote Pass. That's why they are standing there saying that I own so much, I put in so much money. In addition, he thinks because they took the family fund money, gave it to Christine, went for her down payment because her house hadn't sold yet. When she received that money from the family fund, that was actually Cody's money as far as he's concerned. So when he gave her that down payment and she took her, like she sold her house and kept the money for herself and said, y'all keep that Coyote Pass shit. He said, okay, my 50% of your house is now my investment in Coyote Pass. Not taking into account the fact that, one, he borrowed that money from the family fund, which Christine contributed to, because the family fund was built up on the reality show money that Christine, Mary, Janelle, Cody, and Robin all worked on. So they all had the same damn job and they all put their cash in the same place. But somehow you're charging me and I'm borrowing money from the place where I'm parking my money. That's how Christine got screwed. And then Christine paid, when she sold her house, she paid the family fund back because she took the money from the house sale and put it back into the family fund. But Cody just sees, like, he doesn't see he doesn't see or count the deposits that the wives have made. He only counts the withdrawals. He don't count like, okay, we have $500,000 in the family fund. He doesn't count the fact that each person put in $100,000. He just said, okay, well, I gave Christine X amount of dollars for groceries. I gave Mary X amount of dollars for her rental. Not taking into account that the money that he's giving Christine, Mary, Janelle is way less than the money that they put in. Like, if you do simple math, I put in $100,000. I took out for the year, I took out $25,000 for groceries. I still have $75,000 in that account that I should have access to. Cody doesn't see it that way. He says, we had $500,000 in the account. You took out 25, so you owe us 25,000 back. That's the math I think he's using. What do you call it? The polygometry or whatever. Polygometry. I think that's the math he's using. But thank you for the phone call. Then we have a first-time caller. First-time caller. I'm gonna give you a little round of applause for the first-time caller. Where are you at? There we go. Yay! Yay! First-time call from from Lisa Wood. I gotta put some sound effects on that. I know what sound effects I'm gonna use. Lisa Wood.
Hey, James, a longtime fan here. Been, I think, part of the OG, maybe 15,000 or so. Two things just about this last Sunday's, my sister wives. One, Cody and Robin were absolutely insufferable. Cody all saying that Janelle and Mary gifted money for the McMansion. We all know that was absolute BS. Robin and Cody just stole money from Janelle and Mary. Just absolutely flat out stole the money. Cody saying he deserved half of Mary's money. Really, he thinks he gets his money plus half of each of his wives' money. And we all know, of course, Robin's gonna be okay with that because that means she gets to sit on her bigger pile of cash that she stole from the OG3. And then Robin pretending to stick up for Mary. Just those two were absolutely insufferable this last week. So that's one thing. The other thing I do kind of want to mention, and I hope you don't mind, please know that this comes from a good place, but also a place of me standing up for myself. On your last show, Sunday, at the after show, you mentioned that the OG3 were practically single moms. I need to step up to the plate and say, as a true single mom, they were not single moms. Yes, they had a bad husband. Yes, the fourth newest wife straight up took advantage, right? But as a true single mom who worked while she went through college, as a true single mom who has no one for backup, as a true single mom who does not have three other sister wives or even a halfway husband to rely on if I fell. I only have a kid and I literally only have myself. I constantly have that knowledge. If I fail, my kid and I are truly 100,000 bazillion percent on the streets. If you look at how our society looks at single moms, there are big chunks of our society that absolutely.
Happened? Oh no, she got cut off. Okay. I accept the challenge. I think that I'm not, when I say that they were single mothers, again, I'm saying that they were single mothers in practice. In practice, they were, by all practicality, they were single moms, right? If, like we say that, for instance, in your particular situation, and again, I don't take offense to it. Hopefully, you don't take offense to me responding. Um, in your situation, you said that if you fall down, you and your kid will be destitute. Your children will be destitute. Here's the thing: in their society, in their community, if a husband puts out his wife or he doesn't provide for his kids, then they could find themselves destitute. And for instance, when Mary went to her mom and complained about Cody and said she was angry about how he was treating her and some of the things that she was doing, her mom told her to suck that shit up. Her mom told her to suck it up. Take it. It is what it is. He can do what he wants to do. That's your husband. So she doesn't have the support system either. And this is just the kind of the weird part is that just because you have a facade of a support system doesn't necessarily mean you have a support system. Now, granted, there are people who are in worse situations. There are people who are in dire situations where the husband or the baby's father or child's father or the non-custodial parent isn't really involved, right? And or not really involved. They aren't involved at all. They don't have anything to do with them or the child. So in that instance, that's more of an extreme situation. But again, you if I only categorize those extreme situations as that's what a single mother is, then that discounts people who may live with their parents and trying to figure a way to try to improve their lives. Or people who, if you get a boyfriend and your boyfriend is helping you to pay some of your bills or is dropping your child off, are you now not a single mom because you have a boyfriend or you have a romantic relationship? I think that when we have to be careful, at least in my opinion, and again, I'm speaking on the outside. I think that as a parent, we have to be careful about limiting ourselves to illustrate how much we're suffering. Let's make the tent broader so that way it's more understanding and there's more opportunity for sympathy and empathy for those situations. It's not that I'm not diminishing your suffering at all because I think that it can be depending on your situation. I've known people personally who've been in situations where everything 100% relied on them. Parents still alive. Parents still alive. But they recognize that they can't ever go home. They are 100% alone. So everything they do, they operate from a place of fear. They operate from a place of concern. They operate from the reality that all of life is on them. And the people, their kids, are 100% reliant on them to make good, proper decisions to help them be the people that they want to be. Because even though they may have technically access to resources, those resources aren't available to them. And just simply saying that, oh, he's a bad husband or he's a bad father. If you go to your child's parent and say, hey, I have to do a shift tonight because you're not helping me pay bills, which Cody was not. You're not helping me put food on the table, which Cody was not. I'm responsible for the health, well-being, care, and financial responsibilities of these kids. And I have to go to work. Could you not go downstairs and be a parent or be a dad and sit there with them all night and read them stories and shit? I just want you to duck your head into the room to make sure that they still alive, to make sure they're not setting a damn house on fire. Could you do that? And he looks you in the face and say, kiss my ass. You asking for too much for me to go do that. You are a single parent. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, you're a single parent. The only difference is between a situation where he's absolutely not around and when he's living under the same roof and maybe coming through every 3 nights, 4 nights to knock you off. The only difference between the two is that you have the reality that you're the reality and the presence of mind to understand that you're a single parent and that it's all on you. She's living in a fantasy and an illusion that she actually has resources to back her up when she doesn't. The only difference is you know that you're a single mom because he's not around. You know what I mean? He's not present. Christine and Janelle and them, he shows up. He's there to spend their money. And the whole thing with because I get it. Like we put a lot on Robin for breaking a family up. But Robin is a person who came in and took advantage of the vulnerability of a family and not necessarily the person who caused the vulnerabilities or caused the issues in the family. Because that conversation that Christine described was actually, from my understanding, was actually before Robin came into the family. And if it was when Robin was in the family, he was packing his shit up on the weekend and taking off from like Friday to Sunday so that he could spend time with Robin. And then he still had to do his rotation at the other houses, and he wasn't trying to be involved with those kids on his days off, on the days that he wasn't with that mother. And when he was with the mother, it was on the mothers to take responsibility for the kids. So I don't really see that as him being a parent. Like, and maybe, like I said, maybe I'm wrong. If you want to call into the show, just hit me up on my take on reality questions at Gmail. We can set something up. We can have a conversation. Love to hear from you. Love to hear from you. Because like I said, I'm not trying to diminish your struggle. But at the same time, I don't want to diminish other people's struggles because they don't struggle in the same way. I just think that it's the same struggle. It's just a different type of struggle. You know, I think that that's part of it too. But hopefully that makes sense. But thank you for the phone call. I appreciate it. And I do not mind you disagreeing with me at all. Like, I think that that's the reason. Well, I did not even think that's part of the reason why I started the channel, so that we can have those types of conversations, is because those are things that I think need to be addressed, because it not only affects single parents, but it affects the people who might live in the house with a partner, and recognizing that, you know, by all intents and purposes, functionally, I'm a single damn parent. And I need to communicate to this individual that they need to step up to the plate, because I can't do it by myself. I didn't sign up to do it by myself. I shouldn't be expected to do it by myself, especially if you come in, you eating off my plates and you sleeping in my bed and you laying up under my roof and you're entertaining yourself, but you're not taking time to be bothered with the children in the house. I can do bad by myself. I don't need somebody that's going to come in and suck the resources out of my situation for the sake that they saying that they hear and they're involved as a parent when you're not. So it's just the like I said, coming to terms and trying to understand those terms so that way, if you may be in a situation where the other parent has completely left, but somebody else may be in a situation where that parent is still kind of hanging around and still kind of sucking on the teat of your finances, but they're not helping you at all. They're not doing anything with your kids. They're not going, like your kid fall down the steps, the school call them, I ain't leaving work. Look, I'm in the middle of my what's that basketball game? Basketball 2K or whatever the shit it is now. Right. I'm in the middle of playing basketball on I'm about to say Nintendo, Lord have mercy. On PlayStation. I'm in the middle of playing PlayStation on playing a game on Xbox Live or whatever. I can't be bothered with going to go pick that child up. You got to go do it. You're a single parent. You know what I mean? And it hurts. And see, some people think that I just say shit to try to be inflammatory. I called the women single parents, always just trying to insult Cody. Or I say that they're basically side chicks. Oh, you just saying nasty shit. No, it's just a different way to understand stuff or a different way to approach it. So that it actually makes more sense because the situation they have is actually closer, in my understanding, is actually closer to a side chick situation than another wife. Because if I have a wife, if I have several wives, then I have a commitment and responsibility to those women to make sure that they're moving forward in life, not just, sexually or physically or financially, but emotionally, psychologically. That's all my responsibility. It's not just taking care of them in the bedroom, it's taking care of them holistically. And so if I'm not trying to do none of that, the only thing I'm worried about is, when the sun go down, I'm in there doing my thing, then that's a side chick. That's not my lady, and I think that's the difference. That's how I see it. And that's how so I'm not just saying that they side chicks because I'm trying to hurt their feelings or diminish the relationships they have. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, to be honest with you, their relationships are already diminished. Because your relationship is what it is. He doesn't see you as a wife and as a partner. Sorry, not sorry. Like the whole conversation, he didn't love you and he loved you and all that shit. It don't matter because he didn't respect you, right? Oh, if you don't give me the respect, you can keep the love, right? He doesn't respect you. He might love shit. I might love a puppy, but that doesn't mean I respect that puppy as my partner. Right? I've had my little dog passed away a little while ago, but my dog passed away. Love that dog. Right? Hung on with that dog. Miss that dog to this day. I was thinking about getting another dog, but pets passing is always hard. But I mean, that wasn't my partner. Like, I mean, I wouldn't sit there and say that dog was equal to my wife. You know what I mean? Like, I love the dog. I did love the dog. I had deep feelings for the dog. When they say you better respect and love all puppies. Yeah, that's how you know you're going to heaven. But I just think that we have to be very clear about the terms. I think we just have to redefine, like we have to reshape it in some instances, expand the definition. Like I don't want to diminish the struggle, but at the same time, I also want to recognize other people who are struggling in the same way. There's a guy who used to do lectures, and he talked all the time about and this is part of my thinking. He talked all the time about workers' unions. And he said there are some people who were excluded from the workers' unions because they were excluded because to let those people into the workers' union, it would diminish the standard of the union. And he makes the very clear point of saying that it doesn't diminish the standard of the union. What it does is it increases the size of your union. So when you go on strike, the people that you're saying that you don't want in the union because you don't like those people, if those people were in your union, when you go on strike to save your job or improve your working conditions, your boss wouldn't be able to get those people to come in and do your job because they would be a part of the union. So by you excluding people, you're not strengthening your union, you're actually making it weaker. And I think that by trying to exclude certain types of parents from this conversation, I don't know if it necessarily strengthens that position. And that's my concern. But let me know what you think. You guys can leave something in the chat, or like I said, if you want to call in, I'm more than willing to have the deeper conversation. But thank you so much. That was awesome. That's awesome, nurse. Let me give you a little something. Because I'm okay. If you disagree with me, I'm okay with it. I'm really okay with it. We can have the conversation. This is what I do, bro. We can have a conversation. And you might change my mind. I might look and be like, you know what? You're right. You know what? I didn't think about it like that. But let me give you a little something. Great job. First time caller. What? Knocking it out the park. First time caller, long time listener. What? Nikki, another first time caller.
Hi, James. This is Nikki. Long time listener, first time speak piper. I just wanted to share that every time Cody acts like he is God's gift to this world and that he's just so generous and that these ladies are only getting money because he's so kind and, Robin is in his ear giving him the best advice, it makes my blood boil because the way that he just flip-flops from like, oh, our family does a certain thing, we all give money, to then switching his language to, oh, well, legally I don't have to give this to you. I wish that he was held accountable on stage. And I know Suki can only do so much, but it just is so disrespectful to the viewers. It's so disrespectful to the integrity of the show. And like, again, he wouldn't have the life that he has if these women didn't pour so much of themselves and their resources. So every time he would say that, like, Mary's only getting it because I feel like I'm being kind today, is infuriating and insulting. And Mary isn't angry enough for me. I want to shake her. But yeah, that was it. It's just the money thing. It gets out of hand. Anyway, I'll be listening.
All right, Nikki. Whoa, Nikki. Let me give Nikki a little something. First time caller, long time listener coming through. I 100% agree. I think that it's hard to. This is one of the struggles. The struggle is real. When you watch the show and you listen to them talk, the hardest part for me isn't just the fact that Cody did wild shit and he screwed them over. The hardest part for me, legit hardest part for me, is the fact that I find myself seemingly more angry and more hurt and more pissed off than the people that are getting screwed over. I'm sitting there like my blood pressure high as hell, mad as shit, cussing. Just, what the hell? Who the hell did he think who he talking to? Talking about I only gonna give her what I feel like she deserves, and she lucky that she gets shit because I'm coming up out of my pocket, my goodness, my gracious, because I'm benevolent and I might gift her some money, but she's not entitled to anything, knowing full well how much money she's actually put in. And you can't tell me between the house sale, Mary's house sale, even if you count that little 50-50 bullshit, even though she was paying the entire down payment, paid the entire mortgage by herself, all of that, all the expenses, all the taxes, everything else, she still said, I'll give Cody 50% because his name is on it. You can't tell me that the house sold and then the additional money she paid on to Coyote Pass, that somehow she was only out of almost $1 million, $1.5 million, she is only entitled to $50,000 freaking dollars. There's no way you can tell me that that's right. There's no way you can tell me that's right. And the fact that I'm sitting here going like, when I did the math, And I come out and I'm like, Mary was supposed to get how much? 54 out of $1.5 million. Mary was only supposed to get $54,060. $54,000 is what Mary was supposed to get. $60 shit, you could spend that at McDonald's, right? You take you and two kids go to McDonald's, you at $60 easy, right? Get two not even happy meals. Like get a number twos or number one, you at $60 damn dollars, right? Shit's expensive. It's cheaper to eat at home. That's what I do. But all that money she put in, she only put in $54,000, and you want me to believe that? And then when she sit there and the only thing she got to say is, I will not be silenced. Tell me about what happened, Mary. I will not be silenced. Mary, this mug just tried to rip you. He got $1 million up out you. He got at least a milli out of you, Mary. $1 million. Almost $2 million. This dude took almost $2 million from you. What you got to say? I will not be silenced. They will not shut me up. You ain't saying shit. That's what we have me ready to turn this joint off. It ain't just the fact that they do crazy stuff. It's the fact that nobody's saying nothing. Everybody sitting there pretending like it's normal. Right? Like if I go over somebody's house and I'm sitting down to dinner and there's like 4 cockroaches sitting on the table, ain't nobody gonna say nothing. We all gonna pretend like we don't see that. What is going on, James? And you know what I mean? They just sitting there like knocking them off their shoulders and shit, just casually having conversations with you. You think I don't see this? Are you crazy? What's going on? That's what I feel like watching Sister Wives. You know what I mean? You're over there with a cat, got cats and shit. You look over at the cat dish where they got their food and you got a big ass rat sitting there eating out of it. I'm supposed to pretend I don't see that. No, I don't want any food. I'm saying, no, I'm good. I don't need to eat here. Are you crazy? We're going to pretend like we don't see this shit. That's what I feel like. I feel like that's what's going on with the Sister Wives show. The audience members are more animated about the money, are more animated about how he's treating the wives, how he's treating the kids. And these people are just like, oh, it's just how it is. This is not how it is. This is not right. This is not right. So, yeah. That's why I had a channel. That's why, I committed so much time to hearing your voices, because I was like, I can't be the only one watching this losing my mind. I can't be the only one. You know what I mean? I can't be the only one, because this shit is crazy. We're going to pretend like we don't see it. You're going to slide me a check. Because I'm sitting at the table and the guy is talking about, we just sold Coyote Pass for $1.5 million. I'm like, yes, Lord, thank you. Woo, we about to get paid, son. And they start breaking off them checks. They hand Cody and Robin a check for $517,140. Woo! I watched them get that fat check. Oh, they walking out lopsided. The money's so heavy. They wallet got them walking crooked. Ooh, I can't wait for my turn. Then Janelle get her check. Janelle get $109,480. Damn. I mean, that's a huge cut. But I mean, it's still 6 figures, I guess. And you gonna look me in the face and hand me a check for $54,000? Oh, hell no. Nobody going nowhere. Y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all gonna give me what's mine and y'all getting naked, because there ain't no way in the world. You're not walking out of here. Ain't not. Oh, hell no. I gave y'all $50,000 to pay this shit off, and you just gave me a check after I sold my house. Oh, hell no. Like, that's, I don't know. We gonna pretend like we don't see this? I'm just saying. And like I said, we get more animated than they do. I'm not gonna be silent. Ain't nobody gonna be talking when I, you know what I mean? Ain't nobody gonna be talking because somebody got to tell me something. $50,000, $54,000 out of $1.5 million, and I get 50,000. I don't know what kind of math magician shit you doing back there, but you are not David Copperfield. You are not Blake or Blaine, whatever that dude name is, used to do the tricks. You are not him, son. And I don't know who you think I am, but I ain't him, Slim. No way. No way. $50,000. Shit. And that now, normally I'd be like 50 grand. Well, thank you. Out of $1.5 million, I done put 100,000 in it. Y'all done got me messed up. Y'all done got me confused. Yeah, and they didn't spend $1.5 million. They spent 890. Okay. Y'all didn't spend $1.5 million. So y'all done got me messed up. I don't know, man. And I think that's part of it too, is that a lot of times for many of us, we put ourselves in that situation and we couldn't understand how everybody's staying so calm. You know? I don't know how you stay calm on this situation. Like, what? I will not be silenced. They wouldn't be able to shut me up. Every time I talk to somebody, I'll be like, you know, these mothers, they gonna hand me a check for $54,000. James, you said that like 8 times already. I know I did, and I'm gonna keep saying it. Because I couldn't believe they did that. You get it straight now. Oh, you know I did. You know I did. Yeah, what is this? Mary H. Marie H. with the $5 super chat. Said Mary's lot was paid for in full, but she was still expected to pay a third of the cost to pay the land off. She should have said, F it, I'll lose 50 G. 50 G's. I'm gonna pay y'all 100 to lose 50. On top of my house money. And then you want me to sign a document saying I can't talk about it and I release you from all future claims. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? You're a crazy person. I'm like, y'all, somebody better come get your girl, because she is Looney Tunes. Y'all need to put her in a jacket with no zippers. You know what I mean? She need to be hugging herself, because there ain't nowhere in the world. Like, she is insanity. Like, this is like, girlfriend is Fruit Loops. Okay, y'all need to just go ahead, put her in one of them hospitals, a room with no windows in it, them padded rooms, and just, every 2 weeks, just dump her in some water, let her sit in the bathtub and just start farting and giggling her ass off, because this is crazy. There ain't nowhere in the world you walking out of there with 50,000. I'm walking out of there with 50,000. And on top of that, you will give me 50,000 and tell me you doing me a favor. Dude, you think you Barry Gordy or something? And this is old time Motown? You think it's a record? I ain't no singer. This ain't no record deal. Man, because you had got in advance. Shit. You are out your mind, son. Mary H. Let me give you a little something. Marie H. I'm so wound up. It's insane. Like I said, my blood pressure be high as hell talking about this shit. G. Let's listen to what G has to say.
Hi, James. This is G. So I wanted to go back to the beginning of Sister Wives, because that was compelling TV. TV is a visual medium, and you had the young kids and the logistic of handling so many of them. And it was also part telenovela, which is, and the premise was fascinating. It's like, you bring in a classic villain, a homewrecker, a thin young gold digger in the context of non-monogamy, and you pit him against a bunch of perimenopausal women. So it used to be interesting TV, but since then, most of the action has happened off screen. Speaking about, the thin young gold digger, I think that's why Robin infantilized her kids so much. And instead of using the stolen money to buy dollies and ugly blouses, she should have spent it on boobs and filler, because she's aging out of finding a new man, and she looks rough, and you can tell that she hates Cody. I, in general, think the show is like coming to an end because nobody wants to see two middle-aged monogamists lie to your face. And they're not showing anything. Anything that they're showing, we find out through Katie Joy 2 years before. Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna leave it right there because G went there. G went there like all the way. She packed a bag. She she said perimenopause. Oh my goodness. She talk about stuff I can't talk about. I don't feel comfortable saying it. No lies detected though. I mean, I ain't gonna bullshit. She's on point. Like the positions are there. Like, I mean, you can clearly make the argument. That's what I was saying from the beginning. It's a visual medium. 1, 2. It was set up so that thinking that everybody was going to be in love with Robin because she was supposed to be the slim young thing that ever going to slide in and steal everybody's heart. But no, that only worked for the dude you screwing. Like, it's not going to work for everybody else. 2 or 3, you got to take into consideration the audience that you have. Who is your audience going to most likely identify with? Like, if you were talking to a bunch of, if it was somehow this show was slated towards like middle-aged men who may be in uncomfortable or unhappy marriages, this show, Robin and Cody's relationship might be popular. But that's not who this show was targeted towards. So, yeah, that was a loser. And then, to G's point as well, like, I just don't. The place that they were before when this show first started, it was an oddity. It was in a place where people were still exploring certain alternative lifestyles like polygamy, plural families, all that kind of thing. But now, I mean, for instance, speaking about single mothers, there was a show called Murphy Brown in the 90s, I think it was. And that was the first show which highlighted a woman who was going to have a child and legitimately be a single mom. Like, wasn't going to get married, wasn't in a long-term relationship, didn't get pregnant because of some mistake or something happened. She was a career woman who decided that she wanted to have a baby. And she went out. I think she either went out and had the baby with a friend, or she went to like a sperm donor place. I don't know. But she had a baby by herself. They went crazy. Yeah, the vice president of the United States created an entire campaign against this particular actress and this show. Candace Bergen was the actress's name. The show is Murphy Brown. Created an entire movement because, oh my goodness, it's so crazy. Nowadays, that's not even a topic for a show. It wouldn't even be like if you had a single woman who had a baby, or even a lesbian couple or a gay couple who has a baby, it wouldn't even be the story because it's almost like a non-thing. A polygamist now, back in 2010 when polygamy first, the show first aired, oh, shocking. This guy has 4 wives. Oh my goodness. And they all live in the house and everybody, he's screwing everybody. Oh my God, what's going on? Now, they don't even care. What? They don't even care. So you got to bring more to the table. There has to be more storyline than just the fact that you have an alternative lifestyle that nobody really gives a shit about. Like even with Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, those women are from that same type of religion, from that same area, Salt Lake area. And that show is way more popular because it taps into the carnal desires of people who like that community. They're taking advantage of it. The secret to the sauce, though, is it works for now because they cast themselves as the forbidden fruit. So people want to see how wild and crazy they get. But if you took those same women and instead of it being Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, it's out in the open lives of women down at the Jersey Shore, it wouldn't even be a show. Secret Lives of Mormon Wives wouldn't be a show if it was filmed anywhere. If this show was filmed in Miami, it wouldn't be a show. The whole reason why it's a show is because it's counterintuitive to the stereotype that people place on Mormon women. And they're acting out of that stereotype. They're acting outside of that stereotype. That's what the show is. So when they swing off of stripper poles or they walk around with lingerie on, or they go see the Chippendales and they watching a bunch of men and they talk about sex every episode, or they talk about who they sleeping with or who they want to sleep with and how they going to empower women by making sure everybody's sleeping with somebody and this, that, and other, and they sleeping with each other's husbands. That's why the show is popular. That's the secret. Shh, don't tell nobody. Right? But Sister Wives, like, you know, like G said, like, what's there to watch? You know? And I'm around the same age as Cody and Robin, so I feel comfortable saying this. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, you know, I have kids and I know my kids don't want to see me hooking up to wild stuff. Like, you know, that's not must-see TV for them. You know, I feel like I'm good, but they, you know, they have different opinions. So it is what it is. But let's go with Ann.
Hi, this is Ann giving my quick take on Sister Wives, particularly Janelle. If we can complain about Robin and how she came into the family, then we can do the same for Janelle. Because Janelle, I think, came into the family worse than Robin. She was married, of course, to Mary's brother first. She started liking Cody after meeting him while he was with Mary. She was meeting with Cody privately, having little trysts, helping him supposedly with work and other stuff like that. I don't believe that. If you had to do that behind Mary's back, why not tell her? I believe that that Janelle and Cody were having an affair, and he brought her into the family as his second wife so that they can continue their love affair. I don't really believe that she wanted polygamy per se. She just wanted Cody. But at that time, Cody wanted to try out this new thing called polygamy, having multiple women, and he's in his 20s. So he's just living out, I guess, a man's dream in their 20s, having multiple women at the same time. But just thinking about all the things that Christine and Mary did for Janelle. Mary was breastfeeding Janelle's kids when she couldn't breastfeed. Christine pretty much raised all of her kids. Janelle never told Mary and Christine about the finances and how Cody and Robin were misusing and misappropriating the funds. I have questions about all of that.
And I think that that's fair. I think that there's a lot of criticism that can be leveled through observation. Part of the problem that part of the problem that I think they actually will have is the fact that as you start to no longer focus on Robin and Cody and you actually really look at the OG3, a lot of the cracks start to pop up. And this is one of the things I was saying about like any spinoffs, is that you'll start to see more of the cracks and you'll start to see more of the personalities and things that kind of went into the show. And I don't know if their characters can survive it. To be honest with you, I don't know. But I mean, I think Ann makes some good points. But let's listen to Ann part 2.
This is Ann again. My questioning Janelle and her behavior as a sister wife. Again, I don't believe when she entered the family, she genuinely wanted to be a sister wife. I think she just wanted Cody. And at the time, because it was the polygamy lifestyle was new to Cody, he was going to go for it and just see how it pans out. I think that Janelle still has to answer to Christine and Mary as to why she never told them that Cody and Robin were misappropriating the funds. Why didn't she tell Mary that Cody was trying to sell the land from underneath her? Why didn't you call her and tell her that? You had her phone number when it was time for you needing assistance with the release. You called her then, but why didn't you call her when it came to the funds? And did you even call her about that NDA? It seems like Robin went to them individually, but they never talked about the NDA situation. I also want to know, and then also Janelle's kids, particularly her sons, like Logan, they benefited from the family fund. Logan was able to go to college. A lot of the other kids didn't get that same benefit. So yeah, Janelle is selfish, and she was never advocating for all of the kids. So if she gets back with Cody, if his relationship is still not good with the other kids, how does that even work? Janelle itself is just like Robin.
All right, all right. I mean, what do you say to that? Like, I think that there's arguments to be made, and I think that after the season is over, we're going to have to explore a lot of that. Because I get it. Like, you have people who are fans of Janelle. You have people who are fans of Mary. You have people who are fans of Christine. I haven't ran into, like, unironically, I haven't ran into any fans of Robin and Cody. Like, I ran into a few. We've had like some people come in and troll, but I don't know if they were necessarily fans. I just think they were just trying to be annoying. But there will be some fireworks. There will be fireworks. So yeah. Because I mean, there are, like, even with the whole question of like because I would even posit, well, Janelle wasn't that bad to Mary because she told Mary to get an attorney. Somebody could make the argument, and again, I'm not coming down on either side. I'm just merely playing devil's advocate here, right? In this particular point, it could be argued that Janelle didn't have resources. She was living with her daughter. Her money was strapped out, right? She was going through some things. She told Mary to get an attorney. She might need an attorney, lawyer up. The truth of the matter is that, you know, not truth of the matter, but the reality of it is that with this type of litigation, this is not a contingency fee form of litigation. A lawyer would not take this case on and say, okay, well, if I win, I get what is the usual agreement? 30% for if I can reach a settlement, 40% if we have to go to litigation, if we go to trial, 50% plus costs, court costs. Right. This isn't one of those cases. This is a retention case. This is a case where you retain an attorney. So you have to come out of pocket for money that you may not be getting back. And this type of litigation could take literally years to wind its way through a court system. So, you know, somebody could make the argument that the reason why Janelle went to Mary to get an attorney wasn't because she was looking out for Mary and we need to work together because this is something we need to do. But you could argue, reasonably so, that she went to Mary to say, you need to hire an attorney because I can't afford to. And Mary was sitting in a different financial situation than Janelle was at that time. She could afford to hire an attorney. So I need you to hire an attorney so that you could do this battle so you can get us paid. And then when the first opportunity comes, if I'm making an argument, and again, I'm not trying to, I'm just merely, looking at it from all sides. If you want to make the argument that this is something Janelle was doing, and why would she offer an attorney and then go for the backdoor deal? The backdoor deal would be a way for her to be able to cut through a lot of the waiting time and the unknowing of whether the deal would actually go through and how much she could actually get. Because whether we like it or not, whether we think it's fair or not, the documents are the documents. And according to the documents, Cody and Robin owned 76% of Coyote Pass. Full stop. Janelle was only entitled to 16.1%. Meaning that she wasn't anywhere. She was about 10 points shy from a 25% even split. Mary was like way off. She wasn't even at 10%. Mary was at 7.9, so basically 8% of Coyote Pass. So according to the documents, Cody's not, the jacked up part is that Cody's not all the way wrong when he said that he's actually doing them a favor by not contesting it. And that's the part that, like I said, why my blood pressure be high as hell. And that's part of the reason, is because the reality of it is that Cody did have a leg to stand on in the courthouse. He had a leg to stand on. Like he has a case, because you go out, I give you money to buy Coyote Pass. Well, I gave you X amount of dollars. It only cost blah, blah, blah. You gave me the money. I title everything in my name. You know I titled everything in my name. When I come back, I show you, look, guys, we bought Coyote Pass. Why am I only on one plot with you and two other people? And I gave you most of the money. I don't know. I just put names down. And it stands for years. You've known about it for years. You haven't complained about it for years. Then when our family falls apart or I stop coming over screwing you, because that's what it is. A court's not going to look at it and be like, your marriage fell apart and you guys broke up. No, I stopped sleeping with you because my wife's name is Robin Brown. And she was okay with me going over there screwing on Janelle. But now that I'm not screwing her anymore or screwing Mary anymore, they want to come and get this money and say that I owe them something. That's how a court would look at it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's, when I talk about like defining terms, it's just the ugly truth of it. Sometimes things are lawful or legal, but it's not necessarily moral or the right thing, but it's legal. Legally, you could do this, but it's not the moral thing. Could they do a backdoor deal? That's not a thing. They would need the signatures from everybody who owns the land. But with that being said, if he took it to court, if Cody would have took this to court and he would have had a partition order in place, he could have forced the sale and took 79% of the property. He had a right to do that. And like I said, I know we are uncomfortable hearing that, but I wish I could make you guys feel good all the time, but it is what it is. All right, we got Ann 3.
Hi, this is Ann. A quick my take. I did see your video and I agree that it is time for the family to be in one room during the tell-all so that Suki or whoever's going to interview them can ask the questions in front of everyone and you can get their responses right then and there. Because this telephone that Suki is doing, she's missing points and taking things out of context. She's still giving Cody and Robin this VIP treatment and not giving them hard questions. If she's scared to lose her job, then oh well. You're supposed to be a real journalist asking real questions. And this shouldn't even be your full-time job anyway, because you've had full-time jobs being a real journalist. Tamron Hall, this wasn't her full-time job. This was her side gig. So it is what it is. She lost her job and she still had better anyway. So I don't know what Suki's issue is when it comes to that part. And then also, too, I'm tired of this family having backdoor, behind the scenes conversations on what they will and won't show on the show. But yet we hear about this stuff in the confessionals or we hear about it in the tell all. If it shouldn't be said, then we shouldn't be hearing about it at all. Because once we hear about it, we as an audience member want to know why we don't see this stuff being played out. Why didn't we see the NDA information conversation being played out? Why didn't we see when Cody told Mary he was going to make her life miserable for 20 years after that played out? We need to see all of this stuff played out.
I don't disagree. Here's the thing. I would say that the interviews that Suki is doing, I understand that she can't ask certain questions because she will get fired and they'll never like this shit'll never see the light of day. Like the one young lady, Andrea, I think her name was Andrea. I had her in my video. Andrea Canning. She was fired. And they took, not only did she get fired, you can't even watch her. They nuked her episodes, her tell-alls. Like you can't even watch them because it was so bad. But the one thing that does annoy me is that I understand that, but I think what might turn some of the viewers off is the idea that somehow that pardons this behavior. That part, like it's an excuse. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I can't ask those questions because then I'll lose my job. And why should I not get paid? Okay, that's cool. But it's not necessarily answering the question, why do you still work there? It's like I don't know. I feel funny about it. I'll articulate it better. Maybe I'll think about it some more. But it's just the part. It's the same thing with like the cast members. It comes from the same place that the cast members have, where they sit there and pretend like they're better than the audience because, oh, you guys are so worried about my business, and why don't you worry about your own business and stop worrying about my business and what's going on in my life, because you worried about this and that's none of your business. But you're putting it on TV. This is how you're paying for your life, by involving us and sharing your life with us. It's not like I'm outside your house in a bush watching you through some beanox and sitting there trying to figure out who you dating and what's going on and who you arguing, what you talking about. You put your shit on TV, so we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about the issues we see. You don't get to hide behind the fact that, oh, you should respect my privacy. What privacy? You sold your shit. That's what you getting paid for. That's what we're paying for. So if you don't want to do it, don't do it. So and it's kind of that same feeling with like with Suki. If you're taking the fact that you aren't asking questions, don't sit there and make excuses that you aren't asking questions because Cody won't like it and this, that, and other. That's the damn job. You got to take the hit. You got to take the hit. People call you a terrible journalist. They say that you ain't shit at your job. Part of your integrity of a journalist is that you get up there and you seek the truth. It's not just the fact that you sit there and you play along with production or you play along with people in power. The whole idea of the Fourth Estate is to challenge power. That's the whole reason why we have the First Amendment. That's what it's about, is challenging power. And if you're not going to do that, because you're getting a check, you're getting paid, you sold out. It's fine. It is what it is. But don't sit there and try to say that somehow we should give you a pass because you sold out and you sold out for a big check. And I think that's where I kind of differ with the whole idea. Like, I get it. She getting paid. I don't know how much she getting paid. It might be a lot. Maybe I would do the same shit. I don't fucking know. Right? I doubt it. I don't know. Because there's some things I could be making more money doing stuff, but I can't do it. Right? I got to be able to sleep with myself. I got to be able to sleep at night and be able to look myself in the mirror in the morning. But if you're okay with it, then it doesn't really reach me. It doesn't hit me the same way I think Suki thinks it should hit me. That she says that I don't ask the questions because I will get fired. So I sell my integrity for money. And you guys should overlook the fact that I'm selling my integrity off because I get a good check. You understand what I mean? Like, you're still selling your integrity. You're selling yourself down the toilet. I mean, it is what it is. You know, like don't pretend like you're doing something valiant and noble. I have to be the one. I am the one who's laying on the sword so that you may see bullshit on Sunday evening. And I ought to be applauded for my efforts. Like, no, you sold out for a check. You're getting paid. It is what it is, right? I'm just breaking it down to what it is. I'm just putting it where the goats could get it. You know? But but don't act like you doing us a favor. Like, guys, if I didn't do this, you wouldn't see Cody on TV. No, they find if it wasn't for Suki, in fairness to Suki, if it wasn't Suki, it'd be somebody else. You know, the great thing about it is what it is. One of the great, wonderful things about Hollywood, if they can't find somebody to sell their dignity and their soul, they'll find, if you refuse to do it, they'll find somebody who will. You know, like, I want to see you naked on TV. I don't want to do that. I don't think it's right. I don't think it enhances the character. I don't think it drives the story. You're fired. There's a guy, McDonough. He's been in a bunch of stuff. He was in he did a lot of WB stuff. He was in a lot of movies. He was in Marvel movies, Captain America and all that. And he got fired because he's married, he's a Christian, and he refuses, he doesn't mind doing violent action scenes, but he refuses to do any love scenes. So he won't kiss another woman on screen, none of that, because he thinks it's disrespectful to his wife. And he stands on that, and he's been fired off of jobs because he won't kiss somebody. Like, we're going to have a love affair. You ain't got to screw him. I mean, damn, all you're going to do is just kiss him. Be like, look, you kill people. And he says flat out, he said, look, I shoot a guy that, when you yell cut, that guy gets up. But if I'm kissing or hugging or laying on top of a woman, I'm doing that. And that's disrespectful to my marriage. And he lost a lot of opportunities because he wouldn't do it. And guess what Hollywood did? When they fired his ass, they went and got somebody who would do it. That's how they roll. So, I mean, I get where Suki's coming from. She's not wrong. They will fire her ass if she asks a rough question or she go too hard on Cody. They will fire her for sure. 100% they will fire her. And they'll just go and get somebody who will ask softer questions. Just like they fired Tamron Hall because she was asking uncomfortable questions. And they got Suki. Right? Maybe not in direct order, but I'm just saying. All right, we got Lacey.
Hi, James. This is Lacey from Germany. I called a couple months back and mentioned Robin driving all the way from Montana to Lehigh to go to church, staying with Reba. We never met Reba. We never heard about Reba ever again. And she was in a busted car, baloney tires, and she was heating her home, a trailer, in a wood stove and all that stuff. I never said, but what I was thinking was I think that Cody went to visit his parents and somehow met Robin, and they conspired together for her to come down and have a fake meeting and then wrapped Mary up into it. I don't know. It's just kind of what I've been thinking.
I wouldn't doubt it. And if you said that that's what happened, I wouldn't be surprised that they knew each other. I kind of suspect that they knew each other before the meeting. The meeting seems kind of weird to me. Either way, I definitely believe that whether it's he met her before she got to the church or she came down to the church specifically to get him, I think that either way, she knew about the show and she knew she wanted to be with him because of the show. 100%. But I think Wendy had asked who the actor was. The actor's name is Neil McDonough. I'll show you his picture. Actually, hold on. So I can call his name, call him up. He's actually a really good actor too. He's a really good actor. Been in a ton of stuff. Like, this dude's homeboy been around. He's been around. But yeah, they Krispy Kreme fired his ass. He was on Justified. He was on a lot of shows. But he's one of the few guys who survived that type of decision. Because normally, I'll say it this way. Remember when Weinstein came out and the whole story of Weinstein came out and it was like, oh, he was trying to push up on all these actresses, telling them like, come over to my place and I'll make you a star and I'll put you in the movies and blah, blah, blah. And some of the people who didn't go came out and said, this is what happened. And he tried to pressure me into doing some things that I didn't want to do. And the everybody was in an outrage and uproar and, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is happening. The casting couch is real. It's losing their minds. One thing happened that I noticed, and maybe, because I'm around, but one thing happened that I noticed. One, we don't talk about the actors who went up there, right? Because there was just as many actresses and actors who said, no, I'm not doing that shit. There are actors and actresses who said, okay, I'm willing to do this because you're going to make me a star for sure. Two, and that's a shame. And you should never be like, those people were they were victims. They were assaulted. The second part of it is, and this is the big thing, what I noticed was that everybody sat there and talked about how sad it was and how unfortunate it was and how terrible it was that these women were done this way. They came out and how courageous they were because they came out and spoke out about this evil that this man was doing. What I did notice was none of them got hired after that. None of them got work after that. So as bad as everybody supposedly felt that this shit was going on, nobody gave them work after they came out and told. After they came out and dropped dimes on people and said, this is what happened to me. This is the producer that was hitting on me and it was inappropriate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody said, you know what? That shit is terrible. That guy blackballed you. Let me give you a role or a position or a job in this gig that's coming up or this show or this movie because you're already an established actor or you're already an established actress. You've already been in stuff. You're proven goods. You're proven. The only thing you didn't do was go up and perform a sex act on a crippled, coddling, crazy ass old man. That's the only thing you didn't perform. You performed on Broadway. You performed in movies. You performed on hit TV shows. But when they came out and told everybody, oh, this is terrible. Oh, it's terrible. What I noticed was they didn't get hired. They didn't get picked up. But the guy's name is Neil McDonough. This is what he looks like. And like I say, I show him to you. You guys will know him. He's that guy who was in that thing. That's what I've always wanted to be. Don't want to be famous. Just want to be in a bunch of shit. This is him. Neil McDonough. Yeah. But I mean, I respect the principle. Because he walked away from a lot of money. Like we talk about like ethics, character, and integrity. That's integrity. For you to say, like, look, I'm not, me doing this role, even though it could make me a millionaire multiple times over, I'm not going to hurt my wife because me doing this shit will hurt my wife and hurt my family and my kids. And I refuse to do it. And so whether you like them, you don't know them, love them, you got to respect that. You got to respect that shit. I do. I respect it, And I'll even, just before we go into the next thing, I got to do a super chat too. But Dave Chappelle, when he did the Actor Studios with James Lipton, and he had one of the things he said is that when I got into Hollywood, my dad pulled me aside and said, son, before you go into this, the one thing you want to do is think about how far you're willing to go. What's your line? And if you're ever asked to cross that line, you already established what your line is and it's time to walk away. And I think that that's part of the genesis of this channel is that why do I talk about things the way I talk about them is because I think that we have to start thinking about the possibility of things that could happen to us or things we may be presented with or confronted with, and then create our lines, our boundaries of things that we will not do, things we will not tolerate. And we start to incorporate and ingrain those things in ourselves so that way, when somebody comes up to us and they ask us to cross that line, this ain't the first time we heard it. This ain't the first time we thought about it. So when we're asked to do it or we're asked to accept something we don't want to accept, this isn't the first time I thought about it. And I've already established that this is my line too far. And so I take that information that was given by Dave Chappelle. I take that example that was given by Neil McDonough, and I try to apply it to my life and my situation. So if somebody came up to me and said, James, you need to do this to get here, and I know you want to be here, but I've already thought about it, and that shit crosses a line that I'm not willing to cross, then it's not a new thing for me. And that's why I think these conversations are so important. Is that maybe you will never be in a situation like Mary, Christine, and Janelle, where somebody asks you to donate money and they put some documents together and everything is in their name. Maybe you'll never be in that situation. But if you are ever in that situation, hopefully you remember the conversations we're having now, where you accept that shit, you let it ride for years, that you and the relationship dissolves or break up, and you're dependent on this person's their feelings towards you on whether you get paid or not, on how much they give you out of the money that you gave them and you're doing owed, maybe this conversation will this will ring in your mind when you about to sign that document or hand that check over. I wish Mary would have listened to me when she was ready to hand that damn check over and when she was sitting up there in Robin and Cody's house. What the fuck am I paying you extra money for? I've already given you enough money. I paid for this house that we sitting in. You still owe me for this. So if anybody's going to be kicking in some money to pay off Coyote Pass, it should be you because you still owe me money. Because otherwise, I'm not getting paid. Or I'm sitting here relying on you and your generosity to give me my money. And we all know in this room that you a selfish ass bastard. So there's no way in the world I'm going to get my money. And this is why I want people, this is why I say what I say. I know it's uncomfortable. I know some people don't like it. Some people get pissed off. James, you wrong. You got to be wrong because it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right. But this is the stuff that you got to be able to think about as you move into these situations. I'm telling you, I've been outside enough courthouses watching people stand there and cry because they made the wrong decisions. Going into relationships, they make bad decisions or poor decisions, and then they find themselves standing outside the courthouse because, you know, they took everything. Because your relationship relied on how they felt about you, and now they don't like your ass. And guess what? Because they don't like you, I'm not going to inconvenience myself. I'm not doing without. So, but we had Jody Periscala. I miss Jody Periscala, but I'm back, baby. I'm back with the $4.99 super chat. So Jody said, I am done. But the good thing is I found wonderful friends here. Can't watch the shows anywhere. It's nice to hear the tea. And I appreciate that. Like, I think that, and that's actually one of the problems, TLC interns. That's one of the problems you having, that more and more people are tuning out. And they're like, you might be using the YouTube creators and the Twitter creators and the Instagram creators and all that to propagate the show and prop the show up for us to keep talking about it. But if you look at your numbers, fewer and fewer people are actually tuning into the show. They may tune in to hear about things that are happening on the show, but that is not enough to sustain the show. And that's why I think that this show is like, it's in its last throes. That's why I think the show is in trouble, because it's people aren't tuned. Like, if you're new to the show, let me ask a poll. I want to ask a poll. I'm gonna put a poll out. Is this your first or second season of Sister Wives? Are you a new viewer? I'm curious. I'm curious what they're going to say, what's going to come back. And this is a light poll. It's maybe not reflective of the world because not everybody's coming to my channel, but I'm curious. But thank you, Jody Periscala. Let me give you a little something. Because that information will tell you something. That shit will tell you something. Especially if it come back what I think it might come back. But thank you so much, Jody. Then we have Ty with the $3 super sticker. Thank you so much, Ty. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Ty. Let me give you a little something. Ty be coming through on Saturdays. But Ty, let me give Ty a little something because she out this world. Next up we got Rose.
Hi, James. It's Rose. I just read something interesting. I haven't heard anybody else mention it. I don't know if it's true. I'd heard, or I'd actually read a post about Cody and Brianna having a big fight and him kicking her out. I don't think that's true, but just out of curiosity, I Googled, and to ask if Brianna was still living at home. According to the internet, both girls moved out either the end of December or the beginning of January. So if the girls did move out, well, gee whiz, I guess Robin and Cody have to pay for that big old house themselves. Just thought I'd let you know. I found it fascinating. And if the girls did move out, well, that's great. I'm really happy for them. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Well, I'm not surprised that they moved out, especially because, and this is going to be jacked up. Buckle up, Buttercup, because this is going to be a rough ride. I'm not surprised that they moved out, especially because their time on the show wasn't as well received as one may have hoped. If they would have blew up on the show, like if they would have rose to the level of popularity that Hunter or Logan or Maddie or one of the other kids, Aspen, or especially some of the older kids, Garrison, Gabe, if they would have rose to that level of popularity, they would never have been able to get out of that house. Robin would have had, they would have been chained to the walls. They would have had to go down there and, they had to send the SWAT team in to get their ass out. They had to send SEAL Team 6 up in that joint, get them out of there, because they never would have let them go. They never would have let them go. But because they weren't as widely well received, and Robin doesn't necessarily want them on TV anyway, them going off and doing things, I could see that. I could see it. I don't know if it's because of an argument, and the truth of the matter is we'll never hear. Like if there was an argument, we'll never know. There would be interesting if they came out with something and said like Cody was controlling, or the problem that they have, as long as you're going along with them, you're Cody's favorite. But the second you start asking questions, all of a sudden you're the enemy. It would also tie into, if they did have an argument, that would actually be sustained in the fact that sustained by some of the things that Robin would say, as far as Cody being mean and nasty and he's being abusive and stuff like that. She would see it that way because he drove her kids off. Right? Her kids no longer live at the house because they had an argument. Like, you come between Robin and her kids, especially control of her kids, you might have a problem. There might be smoke in the city behind that. So interesting. But I have no idea what's going on in their house, though. I don't know. Mary, let's hear what you had to say.
Hey, James, this is Mary here. Hey, just thinking about Megatron and Janelle. Honestly, Cody is 10 times worse, if not 1,000 times worse than all of these women. I think we just need to put the speak pipe out there that if you see Cody Brown at one of those pew-pew shows, buy from everybody but him, because he doesn't deserve your dollars from his shady business and from what he's done to women. So I think needs to go out, and that needs to stop. Stop buying from him. Stop purchasing those things from him. You don't need it that bad to be able to support him for stealing from women, treating children badly. It's just not a good look, and I want to just start that rally. Here we go. Okay, let me know what you think, James.
Well, I think that a good way to do business is always to vote with your dollars, right? If you want businesses to listen to you, vote with your dollars. Vote with your dollars, vote with your feet. Nothing gets their attention more than like they look at their bottom line. What the shit? What? Whoa, what? Because you write them a stern letter. When I was in your office this morning, I was in your store, I didn't receive proper customer service. Screw you. I spend a lot of money in your store. They don't care less. They could care less. They'll laugh at you. You tell them that. But all of a sudden, if you start actually starting a movement and people stop shopping there, people stop buying there, all of a sudden, what can we do to make it better? We want to improve your experiences. Tell us, we're sending out a survey. We want to hear what your thoughts are. What's going to get you back in the store, right? That's the first thing. Second thing, whether it's armaments or whatever the case may be, there's certain things, especially when there's safety concerns, because there's always a safety concern when you add stuff to it or take things away. I wouldn't do business with somebody I can't trust. And based off of how he's treated his family, like a guy said years and years and years ago to me, he said, I would never do business with a man who cheats on his wife, because if he can screw over somebody he's actually literally sleeping with, then I don't have a chance. He's definitely going to screw me over. Right. So there's no way I'm doing that. I won't do business with people who are, mess around and I can't trust. And I take that and apply it to this. Like with Cody and that business, if I can't trust you, I don't give a shit how good you talk, because you're going to tell me as a salesperson, you're going to tell me what you think I want to hear so that I buy your product. I understand that. But that's a safety concern, because if I'm buying his stuff, listening to you, I could put myself in jeopardy because you are a liar and you're dishonest. And if you'll screw your wives over, women who've invested in you, you'll screw your kids over, and you're on TV talking about, yeah, I'll rip her ass off and I'll give her what I think she deserves. What makes me think I'm gonna buy something from you and it's reputable? And if you sell me something dangerous, you sell me something broken, you sell me something that's malfunctioning, that I can come to you and receive any type of compensation and or like fair dispensation, where you either give me my money back or you exchange the product. All sales final. He's one of them guys. All sales final. Man, it's broke. You can see it in the package. You just handed it to me as broke. You gave it to me broke. All sales final. It says it right there. He's one of them guys. Doesn't stand on the reputation of his business. But let's go to Mary 2.
Hey, James, this is Mary, part 2. I'm going to continue on about Cody and his shady business. So Mary has her bed and breakfast that can be set on air. Christine is buying Airbnbs that can be set on air. Janelle's flower farm with Maddie. We can even go to that farm. We can see the land. We can see everything. And what about Cody's business? He's been doing this for how long? This shady effing business, and not one word spoken, because you know why? Because TLC is protecting him doing that kind of pew-pew business, and that needs to stop. That's why we all need to boycott anything he's selling. Anyway, am I riled up? Heck to the yes. But that's when you know it's a shady business, when it can't be put on air that he's been doing this too long. Do not buy from him. I'm starting the rally. Here we go.
All right. She's starting a rally cry. Don't buy nothing from him. Yeah, that business, they would never say what it is on air. They just won't. They'll never say it. We had another one from Mary. Let's drop that one.
Hey, James. I was listening to the talk back, and I just thought I'd run some averages. What does it actually cost for Cody and Robin to live in that crap chateau right now? So the 2.1, here's my numbers. So I'm just going to run it for you. $240K is the mortgage. That's $20,000 a month payment. $8K for heat. Now that could be gas, propane, or however they heat. Probably about $8.4K for electric. Homeowners up to about $15K, depending on the risk of fire in the area that they're in. It could be even more than that. TV internet's going to run him about $2.7K per year. So with all of my numbers for Cody and Robin, just to live in the house is $274,000 to live in that house, just to exist. This is not counting food, clothing, cars, car insurance, gas, etc. Well, let me know what you think.
Damn. That sounds like a big ass waste of money. I have to have a big ass home with bedrooms I never look at. Like, because the crazy part is that I understand, like, you have 18 kids, but how many times do your kids actually come and stay at your house? And it's not like it's the ancestral home and they're like, we're coming home for the holidays. Like, most of them will come, especially with their family, they'll show up. And if they don't have room at the house, they'll go stay at a hotel like most normal people, or they camp out or kick out in the living room or whatever. Like, you don't need a big ass house. Like, you just don't need a big ass house. It's more trouble than it's worth, especially if you don't have big house money. Because the last thing you want to do is buy a house and be basically what they call house poor, where you have a big house, but you can't afford to fix it. You can't afford to maintain it. If there's issues or whatever that come up, like surprise, the water heater go down, or the furnace burns out, or there's an issue with the grass, your sewer line backs up or whatever. You gotta pay $10,000. I had a guy come out there with the front loader, to dig that up. Like, it's just, you don't want to be in that situation. And next thing you know, you're like, oh, okay, well, I mean, we can't afford to pay the guy to come out and dig it up. So what we're gonna do is you take this bucket. Like, what? I gotta go a bucket. What I'm gonna do with this? Well, you go out to that this bucket and this shovel. You go out to that hole, the duty hole. Like, oh, hell no. How you have a duty hole or an outhouse and you got a $2.1 million house? This don't even make no sense. Well, we ain't got no bathroom. The running water don't work. So yeah, I don't know. It's bad investment. Plus, like I said, one of the dangers of where Cody is, he doesn't have the protection of being with the wives, because the wives before is he would get himself into trouble. He could overspend, and then the wives would be there to back him up because he could use their money. But when their money is now gone, it's just his money and Robin's money. And even though he is making significantly more, theoretically, he's also making significantly less, because when he had the wives, he was taking 100% of that money, maybe taking, after he paid them out, maybe he was taking like 80 to 70% of their money. So when they leave, he actually takes a 60% pay cut. And then they get a slight increase because they get raises. But that raise isn't equal to the money that they lost because the wives left. And he's still spending. Not only is he spending like he was when he was with them, he's actually accelerated his spending. He's spending more. Because before he was driving a Infinity. I think it was an Infinity. He was driving. No, it was Lexus. He was driving a Lexus SC300, right? Not bad. Lexus is basically a Toyota. It's a luxury Toyota. Lexus actually stands for luxury export to U.S. That's what Lexus is. It's a Toyota, right? It's a really nice Toyota. Wood grain, all that stuff. So he went from driving basically a really nice Toyota to now he's driving a Mercedes Benz, and not even one of the consumer model Benzes. He's driving like a luxury Benz. He, instead of living in a house that he needed to use his other wife's money to buy, he buys a house for twice the money, and it's just his income and Robin's income. So he's accelerated his spending. And so I don't know, like if he was my friend, I'd be concerned. Like, bro, where you going, my man? Like, we're gonna find your ass, in the woods somewhere, playing with trees and that damn chainsaw. But we got another one from Mary.
Hey, James, this is Mary. Hey, this is when you know that the show is over. When Cody and Robin are making fun of the show they're on. Hey, TLC interns, hope you're listening to this crap, because his CSCC chicken shit chit chat. Yeah, this is how serious Cody and Robin are taking this. That's why the show needs to end. And this is just absolutely ridiculous. You're paying him to do nothing. The OG3, Suki's coming in hard. They get the hard questions. They get the longer questions, and they get the longer time on the couch. And Suki, she loves her Cody and Robin, and they get softball questions. I don't care if Suki says they're going to walk off. Let Cody and Robin walk on the tough questions. Who cares? Let them go. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, I kind of think I see what you're saying. Because again, that's one of the problems I have. Like, you guys are on a reality show, but pretend like you're above doing a reality show. Like, I don't get that. Riddle me that shit, Batman. You're on a reality show, but you're better than the reality show. It's crazy. I have one more from Mary Marmalade. Mary, let me see. I think this is it. All right, let me just save this one down. Hold on a second. It just, for some reason, it didn't go through. Just pop this one in real quick. All right, here we go.
Hey, James, this is Mary. Hey, this one is for Robin. Robin, when you said, are you the idiot left behind? No, Robin, you're the idiot that stayed. You're the idiot that stayed, and even a bigger idiot when you get on ATV after Dayton's accident. Hunter had to put his face back on, and he had to go through plastic surgery. What do? You decide to get on an ATV. Then you have a so-called accident that you don't cry over. So I'm guessing that wasn't you that had that accident. But just so you know, Robin, the next accident you or Cody get on an ATV, you're not going to make it, I don't think. And if you do make it, one of you are going to probably end up paralyzed. So if I were you and you are so bad at riding these, you need to get off ATVs now and forever. I just Googled, the stats are 632 preventable deaths in 2024. So, Robin, get off the ATV. Again, are you the idiot? Yep. Keep getting on them. Also, I don't think Cody cares about you. Cody goes and cuts down a tree while you're inside a house and the tree falls on it. Then he doesn't fix any of the things inside. Mold in your house, black mold. And he has a deck. Was he just waiting for you to go out on that deck? The deck that you can't go on. Anyway, Robin, yep, idiot left behind.
All right, Mary putting her foot down tonight. She's like, I ain't playing with Robin no more. I'm not playing with Robin no more. Yeah, the only thing I would say about like ATVs or power sports, motorcycles, things like that, you got to respect them. That shit is not a game. They're fun. They're fun. It's not a game, though. The second you stop respecting them, they bite your ass. 100% of the time, they bite your ass. And so, like, I think that they need to, do the respectable riding. Like, as far as like the crashing and stuff, like, I'm not a fan of watching them crash. Even if it's a setup, it's not a normal thing for you to be in those kind of accidents. And that would be a point too. Like, if you keep getting in accidents on those, you probably should come off of them. Because sometimes you get motorcycles. Like, like I said, I've ridden a motorcycle for many years, and the one thing about motorcycle accidents, I've known people who have seriously injured, and some people who are no longer here behind motorcycles. And the one thing about motorcycle accidents is that they're either serious or fatal. Like, it's very rare. Like, it's, if you're going like 5 miles an hour, you're backing out of the driveway or something, or whatever, you kind of, you drop the bike. It is one thing. But if you're going at a pretty good clip and you come off of it, it's serious. You know what I mean? You are hurt. You are hurt. So it's either serious or fatal. So respect them. Don't, fun, good times, but you got to respect them. You got to respect them. Same thing with pew-pews. So if you don't respect those, everyone is loaded. It's always loaded. I don't give a shit if it's a part. There's something in it. And you have to respect it. Because the second you stop respecting it, that's when mistakes happen. But let's go to Candace.
Hi, James. This is Candace. This is my first one. I wanted to know if you or some of the other members saw this interview that Mary hopped on this live with these TikTok ladies. I think it was last week, and it was on YouTube. It came up in my algorithm, and they were asking some good questions, but Mary was dodging and being her cryptic self per usual. But Mary did admit that during the apology, that when they were done and Cody ran off to pee looking like a idiot like he is. Anyway, she said that they had a 2-hour discussion after that when he
Mm,
came out, and it was off camera, and it was more of a heart to heart, and she felt it was a great, discussion. And I'm just like, girl, what is wrong with you? I thought she did the best out of all those Apollo lies. And even though I do think she went back and forth with Cody a little bit much during that film version, but he still has control over her. It's pathetic. And I'm like, why would you give this guy the time of day? It's
mm. Yeah, it's Mary's hooked in, trying to find it's weird. It's a weird place because Mary's in a place where I guess it's like I said, it's always easy for us because we're not tied into it. I ain't got no skin in the game, so it's easy for me to make the criticism, admittedly so. But it's always hard to watch Mary do that because it feels like there's a level of desperation because she wants to be back in and she's trying to find decency in somebody where there isn't decency. She's trying to find kindness in the face where there's nothing but resentment, because Cody doesn't like her. Like it doesn't matter how nice you are. And that's kind of the weird thing that you learn when you're a kid is that there are going to be people who don't like you. And no matter how nice you are to them or what you do for them or how much you sacrifice for them, at the end of the day, they'll like you while you're doing the shit that they need you to do for them. But the second you stop doing it or they can't use you or they don't need you, all that goodwill is out the window. And I feel like that's kind of where Mary is. Like, if she's trying to be friends with Cody and Robin, and I'm really good and I'm making sacrifices. Look at all the shit I do for y'all, and we don't have to be enemies. It's like Cody has already said he wants to be your enemy. It's like if somebody is trying to fight me and they want to beat my ass. It doesn't matter how nice I talk. Whoa, those are some really nice shoes. They don't give a shit. They trying to kick my ass with them shoes. Right. So it doesn't make a difference how nice I am or how much I compliment them or tell them what a good person they are and how generous they are. And you're so charitable and handsome and you're dashing and this, that, and other. It doesn't matter. And I think that that's one of the struggles that Mary might be contending with because she's trying to find commonality and decency and friendship with a person who just he's not interested in being your friend. He doesn't want to be your friend. And no matter how much you talk to him, he's not going to be your friend. So, but let's go to Candace too.
Hi, James. This is my second one. This is Candace again. But to expand on my first one about Mary staying for an additional 2 hours to talk to that fool, it makes no sense to me. I'm just like, Mary, you're saying that you're worthing up. Like, why are you worthing down by giving this guy the time of day? Come and hang out with like some of the women on your channel, Megatron and come hang out with me for a day. I'll teach you how to tell a man how to properly fuck off and never have anything to do with them again. I don't understand it. It is like Mary is still drinking that Cody and Robin Kool-Aid. I don't understand. It's like the cult is still in her so deeply. And even Janelle, I think, and they all are, I think, to a point, just still covering each other. It's unbelievable to me that after everything that this man has done to her, treated her like garbage that he threw away, treated her like dog shit that he just, on the bottom of his shoe. it's unbelievable to me that she would still try to win his favor, and he doesn't have anything to do with her child. And it's unbelievable. Anyway, all right, bye.
Yeah, it's that. Like I said, I think it's just that weird place where, you know, because I've made the argument before. If you have like a somebody who you make sacrifices for, and maybe you guys came up, you were poor together when you were younger, you struggled together, you sacrificed with each other. Logically, that person should be indebted to you. Logically, that person should be loyal to you. You should be the person that they invest in and want to spend time with. You should be the person that they want to reap those rewards with. Unfortunately, logic and emotion have very little to do with each other. If he feels like he doesn't like you or want to be with you, or she feels that way, it doesn't matter how logically, how grandiose your logical explanation is of why they should give you a chance and why they should be with you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, they're not as going to be as loyal as I am, and I'm there for you, and I don't understand why you want to be with them. I'm here for you, and blah blah blah. Think of all the things I do for you. I don't give a shit. She dragging a wagon. She got that back end I like, And she like the Super Bowl, got that back end in motion. And that has nothing to do with how much she's given to me, sacrificed for me, how much she was there for me, how she encouraged me and pushed me along when I was struggling. Nothing to do with that. And I think that that's one of the things that Mary has to kind of come to terms with. Like, it doesn't matter that you were his first wife and how much you loved him and how much y'all used to screw each other. It doesn't make a difference. Because right as it stands right now, he's not looking for you. He ain't checking for you at all. And he's not going to. Like, my man, if my man can look you in the face, look, I'm gonna be straight up. Straight up. If he can look you in the face and you say, I've been waiting for you, Cody. And he can look you in the face and say, I'm not coming, Mary. I'm not freaking coming. What are you waiting for? I'm not. Oh, hell no, I ain't coming. If he can do that, boo boo, you in trouble. Okay? He is not the one. He ain't the one, the two, or the three. Okay? He ain't the one, the two, or the three. He is not that person. He is not your person. For him to articulate that the way he did, yeah, he ain't thinking about your ass because he didn't give a shit. If he gave a damn about you even a little bit, those words never would have came out of his mouth. Just, pro tip. Just saying. Those words never would have came out of his mouth like that. I'm not coming. I'll never forget that shit. That shit put a mark on me. I was like, damn. Oh, shit. You definitely don't say that to the woman who's driving. You know what I mean? I'm waiting for you, Cody. I'm not coming. Like, shit. That's how you wind up a tree somewhere. You get parked up a tree. Oh, for real? Whoa, you know what I mean? Vanilla sky all day. Cindy from St. Louis.
Hi, James. First time caller. This is Cindy from St. Louis. Do you think that Cody and Robin plan out what they're going to say, what they're going to do, or do you think they honestly believe they are in the right and they are justified in all of this stuff and are being persecuted by the OG3? Just wondering what your thoughts are.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think they plan what they're going to say. I think they get upset when somebody comes up and disrupts that plan. But I do think they try to work out like how they're going to try to make themselves look better. The problem they have is that, the same way they're kind of, gosh, golly, gee whiz, naive about life and the world outside. I think that their naivete leads them to believe that they have a superiority complex. It leads them down a road where they have a superiority complex, where they think they're better than people or smarter than people. But the truth of it is that they are not better than people. They certainly aren't smarter than people. and nobody's buying the bullshit. So like when they tell these little half-ass truths and these dumbass stories, they think that we will go along with it because it fell out of their mouth. Robin sits there and starts crying. We supposed to feel bad for her and cry. Oh, Robin's upset. Oh no. Oh, you know, Cody's very, he said vociferously that he didn't do this and he wasn't going to do that. And Robin has a spine of concrete and steel because she's the moral compass of the family. And we're all supposed to go, yeah, she would never do that because he thinks we're stupid. But the problem that he has and the problem that she has is that we're not dumb. And the stuff that you say doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Even the backdoor deal as he describes it doesn't make sense, especially if you're talking to an attorney. That shit does not make sense. An attorney would tell you, yeah, you could force the sale, but the way you would force the sale is you have to go to a court. You have to file a petition. You file a complaint. That complaint they have a right to respond to it, an answer. They'll file an answer. We'll go through motion practice to get the case started. Then we'll go through discovery, and then we'll go through that whole process and, depositions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We'll go to, hearing mediation. Usually they put you in mediation for this kind of thing. We'll go through mediation. If we can't get it resolved there, then we're going to go to, we'll try to take it to state court, get it heard in front of a judge, and hopefully we can get an order. And then once that order comes down, hopefully they don't appeal it. But in all probability, this case could take a couple of years to it'll take a couple of years and possibly, tens and tens of thousands of dollars just to get this shit moving. Right? It's not, go down to the office and just start signing people's names like that. Unless that dude is tired. Like if you talk to a lawyer and he gives you that advice, two things are happening. One, he's tired of being a lawyer. And two, he thinks you tired of eating and breathing free air and eating free food. Like he wants you to be in jail. Apparently, he's trying to put you on the prison workout program. Okay, because that's where you going. You going to jail if you do this shit. You gonna go to jail. You go down there and start signing people's names, stealing people's property, you're going to prison. There's no way. Yeah, that shit is like a big old can of stupid. Like, so, no. No. But yeah, thank you so much, Cindy. Appreciate you. We give Cindy a little something for the first time caller. What? I gotta get like a little first time caller thing. All right. Then we have Megatron in the house. Let's go with Megatron.
Hey, my Take family. This is Megatron. So anyway, I just want to double back on something that I said a while back. Let's reformat the tell-all into a 90s style TV show where there's a studio audience. We get to ask questions, and just have a host that's going to ask the questions. No more Suki. Suki, sorry. It's not you. It's me. It's not you. It's me. We want somebody that's going to ask the damn questions, that's not going to pussyfoot around with it. And I would like to volunteer myself as tribute to be the host. I do it for free. Just give me a call. Have your people call my people.
That's actually a really good idea. And I think that's probably closer to, because it would reflect back to, because I always said that the talk show, like the modern day talk show, especially around like Oprah Winfrey, or more to the point, like maybe like Jenny Jones or Sally Jesse Raphael, early days of Springer. That's actually, I think, the prototype to a lot of the reality shows as we understand them now. So it would make sense for them to be able to come out with their stories and for the audience members to inquire or ask about those stories. That's like the next step of evolution, I think, for this type of show. So when TLC takes Megatron's idea, let's make sure that we herald Megatron as the creator of said idea, because somebody's going to pick up on that. And that is because it is actually a really good idea, because it is the next step of that evolution. But again, I think that kind of going back on what I said about Suki before, like it's just, if she decides to do this, when the show evolves, she might be left behind. Like she'll just be a casualty of that change. I would say. But let's go to Megatron 2.
Yeah, so in addition to the studio audience, let's do a panel. Let's bring everybody out. Let's make everybody clock in that day. Let's give Preston a chance to clock in. Let's give the aunt they owe the apology to a chance. The Kel, the catfisher, anybody else central to a sister wife story that has not been clarified or wrapped up. Let's let everybody clock in. And let's get us a host that's going to ask the questions. No more Suki. Suki, your 15 minutes is up.
Damn. Suki, Suki, like, but I was just doing my job. And nobody's saying that she was doing a bad job because that's what they hired her to do. I think that's a fair criticism. Like, I think that's what they hired her to do. She did the job that they hired her to do. The problem that she might encounter is the fact that nobody wants to see that job anymore. Because the truth of the matter is that even with the tell-all in its, first of all, the one-on-one is bullshit. The tell-all should be just that. It shouldn't be an extension of, we're just basically going to retell the story that you've already seen. They should be adding context to the existing storyline. This is basically, if you think about it, like I'm older. This would be the equivalent of the DVD extra. Back in the day, for those who don't know, too young, don't know, when DVDs used to come out, the little disc, the little round disc with the hole in the middle, when they came out and movies came out with them, a lot of times it wasn't just a feature film that was included on the DVD. You would have DVD extras, which could include bloopers, like the mistakes or whatever that were on during the filming of the project. You could have interviews with the actors or directors. What were you going for here? What was your motivation? What was your thought process? How did you get this job? They might show like auditions for see how they got the job. They could have alternate endings. When they release movies, they screen test them, and sometimes people watch the movie like, I hate that ending. I sat through this 2-hour bullshit, and you gonna kill the guy at the end, and I even like him. You know what I mean? Like, so they change the ending of the movie, and they'll show you the original ending or 2 or 3 endings that they might have been playing with. But either way, when you purchase the DVD, part of the benefit of purchasing a DVD is the fact that you were getting the extras included in that purchase. And when you watch a season of Sister Wives or 90 Day Fiance, Real Housewives of Atlanta, or Real Housewives of wherever, the tell-all is the extra. It's the stuff you didn't know about, behind the scenes. This is the stuff you didn't see, the bloopers, the context, the story behind the story, that kind of thing. And the tell-alls recently across the platforms have gotten away from that. It's just basically, we're going to tell you what you saw and describe it and describe what we were doing. And that shit is a waste of time. I want to know additional information. That's what makes it worthwhile to me. It's like when you watch the DVD, you watch the movie, you really like the movie, you want to find out more about the process of making the movie. No matter what it is, director's position, an interview, or actor's interview, you want to find out more. And that's how you found out more about a project you cared about and you liked. When I watch a tell-all, it should be the same thing. So I think Megatron is onto something. Take that down, TLC interns. Take that down. Y'all need to hire Megatron. Because my video tomorrow, I give a huge shout out to Megatron because, she came up with the idea. I just kind of ran with it. But ran down the rabbit hole with it, chased it down. But y'all need to give Megatron a props. Here go Megatron 3.
Okay, I don't know why I keep getting cut off, but anyway, last one for the week. I have a quick question. My take family, James. So if Cody's taking 100% of a said wife's income for the month, right? He puts 50% in the family fund. He puts 25% in his pocket. He gives her 25% back. Why are we making her pay all of her bills out of her 25%? And if they take any money from the family fund, he also makes them pay that back with the 25%. Like, that's like he's double dipping, right? Is that just me? Dude is triple dipping actually. He's put money in his pocket. He's using the family fund as a personal account. And then on top of that, he's dipping into their private 25% because he's saying you owe this, you owe that. Like, is it just me?
No, it's not you. It's not you. it's how we, like I say, you understand the thing, you understand what the thing is capable of. Like when push him down and shove, you just think of the most selfish shit you could possibly come up with. And that's pretty much what he's doing. Because it's just, everything is to enrich himself and to better himself. So even the idea of like, when I leave a wife, I get 50% of whatever she has doesn't make sense, because technically shouldn't I also, it should be 100% of what we have together plus, so what we have together is my shit, right? And so technically I should be getting a quarter of everything you got with everybody else, right? Like, what are we doing? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So the math is crazy. This is also part of the reason why I said from the beginning, when they would always sit around and Janelle would say, like, this is why polygamy should be legalized, because that way we could make sure everybody is taken care of. This is why it won't be legalized, because it's too difficult for you to try to figure out who paid what gave what, who contributed what, how much that thing was worth. You have one person like Janelle who is going out working every day, who is contributing a financial amount, and you could look that up and count that up. But then again, you have another wife who is also working, Christine, who is also working at night, but during the day she's providing daycare so that Janelle can go out to work all day. And how much is that worth? And this is where it becomes complicated and problematic, especially when you have people who are throwing all their income into one bucket and they're pulling it out, putting it in, to paying this and paying that, and flip-flopping, flim-flamming, and doing everything which way. You can't keep track. And the thing that I really want to stress is that you have to look at it from the perspective of a court. A judge is not going to sit on a bench and try to go through your books and try to understand your shit. If it's too complicated for him to understand it, they will wash it, throw it in the trash, and it just is what it is. That you have to be able to extrapolate and explain what's what and who gets what, who contributed what, how much, what to set the values and everything else are. And even then, when you're setting values, it has to be agreed upon. So I can't say, you know what, I was babysitting your child, and then around me, this is how much it costs to babysit kids, because it doesn't matter. In order for there to be a contract or a codicil, in order for there to be an agreement, there has to be, the first stage of it is there has to be a meeting of the minds. We have to both know what we're talking about, and we both have to agree to the said pronounced thing. If we both don't agree to that, then there is no agreement. If I'm saying that around me, daycare will charge you anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 a month. So therefore, that's what I should get paid if I babysit your child. If you say, I never agreed to pay him $2,000 a month, that's never been my thing. I thought he was doing me a favor. We don't have an agreement. And that's why it's so difficult. And that's why, like, the idea that, polygamy is going to be legalized is a fantasy. And I want somebody to come in. I'm calling for somebody to come up and have the conversation with me about how we could legalize polygamy. Not just how we could make it more even for the Brown family, but in general. How would we do it? Because the Brown family is not an example of all polygamous families and how they work. It's like you have to be fair across the board. Like when they come up with laws, those laws have to apply to everybody, not just the people that you like and the people that you don't. So that's why I say what I say. Like, it's, I know it's not popular, especially with Janelle, if she ever watches this. He don't know what he's talking about. I'm telling you, come up to the show and explain to me logically how it will work. Because I don't see it. I don't see it working. But we have the next caller is Tanya Carter, or as I like to call her, Miss Kata.
Hey, James. So, the only thing I have to say about this week's episode um, was the thing with Christine and David. I feel like they were being a little bit much. Um, David knows Christine had a whole ass marriage, 6 kids. Like, stop acting like this was just like an ex boyfriend who they never had any kids together, were only dating for a month, and is just showing up at their dinner date saying, "Girl, you know I always loved you." Like, that's not what the situation was. And Christine is extra as fuck. She gets on my nerves. She's really starting to get on my nerves. Um, like, she's the first person in the world to ever have a man. Like, come on. This man got on national TV and in front of God and his children and said that he never loved their mother. Basically hated that bitch. That broke those children to hear that. No child wants to know that they were made out of, obligation or hate or anything like that. So the same way he got up on national TV and puffed up his chest and said that, it's the same way he needs to get on national TV and walk that back for his kids' sake. Not for Christine, but for his kids. So I disagree with them.
The only thing I would say is this. Is there a possibility he never loved them? Yeah. Short answer, yes. It's very possible he never loved them. The thing is, though, would you say that? Because I mean, Cody act like I'm the paragon of truth. I got to tell the truth no matter who it hurts. Like, you've been lying this whole damn time. You could hold that shit. That should have been a lie that you took to your grave. That should have been a lie you took to your damn grave, bro. Like that, it was unnecessary. 1, 2, you just said it to try to hurt her feelings. 3, in my opinion, if you were with somebody for 30 years and you never cared about them and you didn't love them, but you were pouring money, resources, time, energy, effort, your seed into them, making babies, and you never liked them and you didn't love them, you ain't had no feelings toward them, then you, sir, are a dumbass. This doesn't make in my opinion, this doesn't make Christine look bad. You mean I did everything I was supposed to do? I was conducting myself based on my feelings and my emotions and what I was told and led to believe. I did those things. I don't view Christine as a loser or Janelle as a loser or Mary as a loser. They were doing the things that they were supposed to be doing in a relationship. If Cody was doing something that was contradictory to the fact of his happiness because he was tying himself to somebody he didn't care about, then he's the freaking fool. He's the fool. You made yourself like he thinks that shit made them look bad. Dummy, it made you look bad. You the one that gave up your life and your energy, your time, and your commitment to a person that you say you didn't care about. You pumped 6 kids into this woman, and you gonna sit there and say, I didn't give a shit about her? You are a dummy. You're a dummy. That is the dumbest shit ever. I mean, sorry, not sorry. Like, that is fucking dumb. I can understand maybe you had wild night, you know what I mean? The brown liquor start talking to you. You start making dumbass decisions. I get it, right? Once, but 6 times? Bruh, you special. You are special. I can't stand her ass, but I'm going to keep going over that. What? For 30 years, you stuck with that? I didn't love her. You a dummy. That is straight up. I'm not even bullshit. You're a dummy. If you with somebody for 30 years and you can't stand them, you don't like them, you can honestly say, I never loved you, you're dumb. And I'm being and trust me when I say this, I'm being super generous by just calling you dumb. I'm being super generous. Because that shit is crazy. I couldn't be with somebody a week that I don't like. I don't like your ass, and I'm just gonna keep showing up. What? 30 years? Man, you know there's people who ain't here, like made sure people ain't here no more. You know, knock people off, slump people who didn't do 30 years. They get out of jail after 20. I mean, with good behavior, sometimes like 10 or 15. And you sit up there doing 30 joints for somebody that you don't care about. And you have the audacity to get on TV and profess that like you did some shit, like you won something. You're dumb. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't, maybe that's my disconnect, why I don't understand why it deserves an apology. Because as far as I'm concerned, you like Mary, Christine, Janelle did nothing wrong. If he led you to believe that he cared about you and you felt that you cared about him and you made decisions that you would make for somebody that you care about and you're in a relationship with, that's not your fault. You are not stupid. You are not stupid. You were misled. You were fooled. You were following your heart. You were doing what you were supposed to do in that relationship. You were doing what you were supposed to do. Right? You should never feel shame for doing what you're supposed to do in a relationship. If I'm faithful to a woman and I find out that she's cheating on me or she going behind my back messing around with the entire baseball team down at the old abandoned hospital, she banging them out like old fenders, that's not on me. That's not on me. That's on you. Okay? I'm not the dummy. You the dummy. Right? Oh, I never liked you. You wasn't hitting it right. Then what was you doing with me for 30 years? You big dummy. Obviously, I was getting mine. That's why I stayed. Because if I guarantee you, if I wasn't having a good time, I would have left a long time ago. So that is crazy. Let me go to I think we had a super chat come through. We had Jody Paris Scholar with the $4.99 super chat. What is that self-diagnosis he mentioned? I just heard it somewhere. Oh, that he said that he was neurodivergent. Typically, I mean, neurodivergence a lot of times is associated with being on the spectrum. Like, so he might have heard that in connection to dating. He's trying to say that because he's undiagnosed with ADHD, that he may be neurodivergent. But as I said before, being neurodivergent does not mean that you don't have morality or ethics. That doesn't excuse bad behavior. Like, you don't get to rob a bank and be like, you know, I'm neurodivergent, Your Honor. I don't know the difference. You know, you're like, you gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today, son. Clank, clank, you know, they give you all the time. So it's like the way he's using it. This is why I'm not a big fan of like I think pop psychology has its place. I think us understanding behaviors, disorders has a place. But when people try to use those disorders to explain bad behavior and more to the point, excuse bad behavior, that's where I have an issue. You know, that's where I have an issue. But again, like ADHD don't mean that you ROB people, right? You don't rob people because you got ADHD. That might just make you an asshole, but it don't mean that you're a crook. It doesn't make you a criminal, you know. But I know there was a guy named, he had well, I don't say I knew him. They weren't close friends, but I was in close proximity to him. He had Asperger's. He was a really good guy, really good guy. He just, there's certain things that you understand about his condition, and understanding that, you know, informs you of how you talk to him, how you treat him, or how you talk, you know, how you interact with him and how he understands the world. It's just a way, it's just a mean of understanding it. And he was a really good guy. So that's part of the reason why I take exception to Cody trying to explain like a lot of, oh, guys, you got to feel bad for me because I was stealing from the women because I'm neurodivergent. Yeah, you can kiss my ass on that front. You can kiss my ass on that. because I don't think it's fair for you to try to clump on or glob on to people who have real issues and try to explain your bad behavior using their issues, things that they actually struggle with. Because he struggled a little bit, you know. But thank you so much, Jody Periscalo. But yeah, so we will move on to Tanya Carter part 2.
The other thing I was thinking, if Robin is planning her exit, and I think she building a case like Bob the Builder, trying to
Yeah,
separate herself from everything. I can't control what he does. I did my best. He's not a safe place. If she's trying to do all of this, girl, you should have not put your name on that $750,000 HELOC loan. The same way
right.
he went down there like a fool to get $750,000, not to redo the house or put anything into the house for equity. He did that because he wanted to buy some more David Yearman. I would have been like, I'm too shy and pretty to be on that. Please don't put me on that. I'm too shy. Girl, because that's going to be your debt too.
I don't disagree with that at all. Like you know, the whole I was trying to work with my husband and do the right thing. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. This is actually one of the things that when I was talking about, like, sometimes the law don't give a shit about like morality, ethics, and none of that other shit. It's about the law, right? Cody could take out a $750,000 loan, buy a bunch of Rolexes, a bunch of cars, you know, a bunch of motorcycles, and you know, sport bikes and all kinds of stuff. And Robin can sit there and say, but I didn't get to enjoy none of that stuff. He just put it on our house and it's not fair. I shouldn't be kept penalized because it doesn't matter. If you sign the loan papers, that's your ass. That's your ass. The only way you get out of that is if you could prove somehow you didn't have capacity to sign it, like you were crazy, or you know, he passed it to you, or he threatened you somehow, or he put you under duress. Even that is like duress is a little difficult in those situations because all they got to do is get ass on one purchase, like dirty cops. You know what I mean? Go ahead, get yourself something nice, Robin, and then she go buy some bullshit, and he like, gotcha. Gotcha. And then she, what do you mean? You know, get her like a $60,000 worth of you know, doll dresses. And he got your dumb ass. So, but we got Tanya Carter part 3.
James, can you quickly explain to me, and I'm sure others, how it is that Cody keeps saying that he and Robin put more money than everyone else into Coyote Pass? And that's why they really didn't feel like the other two women deserved 25%, but out of the kindness of their heart, they were going to give them that. Why does Cody keep saying that? Because we all know that they were putting their paychecks, $1 million a season, into the family fund. And that's the only job that Cody and Robin have is sister wives. So every time he says him and Robin put more money into Coyote Pass than everyone else, where's he figuring that? I mean, I can kind of guess just because he's delusional, but in your mind, mansplain that for me. Where is he feeling like they paid more? And from what coffer? From what bank account? From where?
Well, I don't think it's so much mansplaining as it is asshole splaining. Like, because I think that's what it is. Like, I don't think I think all it comes down to is that if you look at the family fund, right, long short, you look at the family fund, all the wives, everybody contributed their money to the family fund. And if we just consider that one pot of money, when they contribute to the family fund, Cody would say, in the family fund, we have a housing allotment, right? We're going to pay towards people's homes using living expenses, living in the homes. We're going to pay towards that, right? And the wife said, yay! Then he says, okay, how much is your rent? And he had, maybe kick Janelle a little bit of money for the rent. How much is your rent, Mary? Kick Mary a little bit of money for the rent. Then he takes his rent and living expenses, and he uses the family fund for all of that, which frees up his money to make purchases for like Coyote Pass, or when he buys things for Coyote Pass. We all agree to buy on Coyote Pass. Yay! So I want to take the family fund money and put it on Coyote Pass. Yay! But when he takes the money out of the family fund, he sees, like, even though he's using the family fund to pay his rent, paying for his groceries, paying for his car insurance, paying for all those things, he's saying that his portion of the family fund is actually being used to pay off Coyote Pass. Or, you know what I mean? Because because we all help each other out, are paying for my house. So when I use Janelle, Mary, and Christine's money to pay for my house, if I'm Cody, I use my money to pay on Coyote Pass. That's how I'm labeling it. That's how I'm listing it. So that's why I think that in his mind, that's why he has more rights and more money contributed to Coyote Pass, because he's not looking at the amount of money going in. Like I said, he's not looking at the deposits. He's looking at the withdrawals. So if he gives Janelle $5,000 because Logan needs, tuition money, or Savannah needs tuition money, he expects to get that money back. If he gives $10,000 or $20,000 to Dayton so he can go to school, that's the family kicking in to help Dayton. And that money doesn't have to be returned or paid back. I think that's how he's kind of getting around it. So he's basically the same way Mary and Janelle paid for Cody and Robin's house, which is their independent private property, but they're kicking into the family for living expenses. The money that Robin made from the sale of her home, she put all that onto Coyote Pass. And now that's my share of Coyote Pass. That's why I get a bigger plot, because my money went to Coyote Pass. When she said I'm better at budgeting, it's just that I'm better at flipping money. She's just better at flipping money. I think that that's what it is. Hopefully that answered your question. Zuzu, or at least that gives my perspective. Hopefully my perspective was clear. Zuzu.
Hi, this is Zuzu. Sorry about the call-in show. Things got crazy around the house.
Oh, no worries.
All right, let me start by saying this last episode with Cody and Suki. Who the F do they think they are? They are trying to play in my face. They're playing in all our faces. Like, we don't realize that he stole Mary's money. And yes, I say stole, because legally, yes, he was entitled to half of the money because his name was on that house. But morally, it was wrong. Point blank. Also, the reason he was able to get to Mary's money is because the account the money went into, more than likely, was a joint account. So when the money came, he probably just didn't even really ask. It was like, okay, well, I got to pay for for Robin's house. So therefore, I'm just going to use this account to show that I have the money. Also, what he didn't have to do, he didn't have to have a gift letter from her because they were married. And the house, technically the funds were both for theirs. So he didn't have to have a gift letter from her. Now, with Janelle, she was stupid as hell. Who the hell gives over that kind of money to?
Oh, just to clarify one point. When they moved to Arizona, they were already divorced. So in order for him to utilize her share of the house money, he would have to have a gift letter. He would have to have a gift letter because they're no longer tied to each other. If anything, they might have shared a house together in ownership, but they didn't have, like, and they probably would have shifted that ownership from a tenancy by the entireties, or for married, ownership by married couples, to tenancy in common, is what I would think that they would do it that way, because that way the property becomes separate, even though they haven't forced the sale. The ownership becomes separate. And so I could see them doing that. 1, 2, because the ownership is separate. How do I think that he got access to Mary's money? Sweet talked her and said, like, we'll take that money and put it into the family fund. And he had access to the family fund. And I think that that's the bank statement he was showing the bank. Like, this is a operational control that I use for my expenses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It has my name bore on it, blah, blah, blah. And this is what it is. And so, this is just a return on an investment that Cody Brown LLC made, et cetera, et cetera. That might be how he got around it without the letter. But if that is what he did, bruh, that's bad look. The bad look. Because that's not honest. That's not honest. And there's, you could be dishonest with the audience. You cannot be dishonest with a financial institution when it comes to mortgages and loans. That's a crime. That's a crime. You'll go to jail for that shit. You know what I mean? But thank you. Zuzu part 2.
It's Zuzu again. Sorry about that. Okay. Use that same energy you're going after David on Cody and Robin. One of the questions she should have asked point blank is, would it be okay for your ex-husband to say I love you, or I used to love you in front of Cody? How would Cody feel? Ask Cody that. Be like, would it be okay for for Preston to come and say, hey, I still love you. I loved you. I was in love with you. Whatever. No, he would turn all red face and beat and get all huffy and puffy. She needs to stop softballing questions. Also, I'm tired of interviewers like Sarah Fraser and whatever little podcast she was on giving these softball questions. No. Ask Suki what the viewers are really asking you. She can read the comments online herself. She sees that nobody likes the questions that she's asking. I understand it's her job and she has to maintain a certain relationship, but come on now. There's so much you can do. You can do more than what she's doing. She can ask better questions. She can ask follow-up questions. Heck, if you're not going to ask a follow-up question, at least play a reel that shows what was really going on. Show that, hey,
Suki's going to do what they paid her to do. And I'm not going to dress it up for her. Like, I'm not going to, it is what it is. I think she will do the thing that they want her to do because that's what she's getting paid to do. She's not going to ask questions. She's not going to press. She's not going to try to embarrass or corner Cody because that will violate her terms of employment. The one thing that, like I said, her going on like podcasts and things of that nature, they're not going to ask her hard questions because, like Suki, a lot of the people, and this is one of the things that I struggle with, to be honest with you, because I thought about reaching out to folks. I'm like, yeah, why don't you come on the show? Blah, blah, blah. We could talk. But the one rule that I want to have before anybody come on is that if you come on, we have to have a conversation. I don't want any, like, don't ask me about this. If it's some things like personal things, like, if I brought McKelty and Tony on and they said, don't ask about our kids. Okay, I get that. I'm not going to ask you about your kids. But if it's something from the show, it's something that's been public, why can't we talk about it? Why can't you express yourself on it? Because if you're going to keep secrets, there's no point in us doing an interview. But I think with some people, when they do these interviews, especially YouTubers and social media folks, content creators, when they do these interviews, they're not necessarily doing this for this interview. They're doing it for the next interview. Like, I'm not going to holler anybody's name out, but I do think that there's some folks who have done these interviews, and I listen to the types of questions they ask. I listen to what they say, and what they're actually angling for is not to complete or do a good job with this interview, but they're trying to do this interview so that they can get that next interview with somebody else, somebody bigger. So they might talk to Suki and talk about like how handsome or dashing or interesting or fun Cody may seem because they're trying to get Cody on the show. Or they'll sit there and talk to this person or that person has been on the show. And it's not because they're trying to have an interesting conversation with this person. It's because they're trying to get Christine or David or Mary or Janelle on their show. So it's not about trying to find information. It's about you trying to put yourself out there. And for me, like, I guess maybe this is why I'm losing the game, but this is why you stuck, James. Because you're not willing, because I'm not willing to do it. Like, if I want to have a conversation and people are saying that I go to James's channel or I go to My Take on Reality because he gives his honest opinion, then to me, it's not worth it to bring people on the show who's going to gaslight me or people who are going to lead me on. Like they mentioned, like Mary did an interview. I know the interview you're talking about. And you ask direct questions and Mary doesn't want to answer any of the questions. Or she gives like these really, uh, obligatory answers that like you can't really come up with. Like, what are you talking about? Mary, what happened with you and Cody? Oh, well, that was a conversation that was really interesting. Like some shit went down, girl. Well, okay, Mary, what happened? Oh, I will not be silenced. Like, what the shit? Like, what are you talking about? You're not saying anything. Say something. I will not be silenced. I will not be shut up. Like, but you aren't saying anything. Like, you're telling us how you won't be silent, but then when somebody asks you a question, you don't want to answer the damn question. You're not saying anything. So, and that's one of the things that blew my mind with the whole, I need her to sign a NDA. Mary ain't talking. Why are you about to blow your that's why I think that, like, we talk about the backdoor deal. That's why I think the whole purpose of them trying to get Mary to sign an NDA wasn't because they were concerned what Mary might say. They were concerned that after they screw Mary, because I think that they were going to walk away with that 79%. And they were planning on screwing them big time. I think they were going to screw her big time. And then they were going to slap her ass with an NDA to shut her up. Because she's not talking. Like, the purpose of you having somebody sign an NDA is because you don't want them to talk. Mary's not talking. Why would you hit her with an NDA unless you plan on fucking her? Like, if you plan on screwing her over, totally ruining her, then yeah, you have her sign an NDA because she ain't going to see this coming. But where she is right now, as much Cody has done to her, she still don't come out and say shit. Bro, what are you having her sign an NDA for? That's a waste of exercise. But let's go to Zuzu 3.
Zoo, I don't know if you got my other one.
We
I forgot
got
to
it.
put my name on it. If it says anonymous, that's me.
Lit Mom, I haven't
But
gotten your other email,
anyways,
text message.
with the
Or
last
okay.
one, this is my last one. Ask questions. If you're going to give interviews and podcasts, ask questions that people really want to know. Other words, you wasting an hour of your time and an hour of my time for no damn reason. I think this show just needs to end. I understand that this is their way of making a living, but you're just giving us crap and scraps that doesn't even make sense anymore. So therefore it's time to end it. But my final thought also is Mary. I'm proud of her. She's showing her growth. Now, I understand she has to have Jen there with her, and I would like her to get to a point where she can use her backbone without Jen. Once she gets where she can stand 10 toes down with Cody, oh my God, she will be so much better. But that's all I had to say. I'm sorry, this is rambling, but y'all have a great day. Bye.
All right, Zuzu. Good job as usual, per usual.
Zoo, I don't know.
Hold up. It's going crazy on me. Yeah, Lit Mom, I didn't get your speak pipe. So if you want to send it in or maybe re-record, I can upload it while we're doing this. But let me do some super chats. We had some super chats come in. We had raspberry, $10 super chat. Glad I made it live. What is Mary getting from conversations with Cody other than gathering information? The charm feels good, but fake feels fake. Yeah, true that. How do you handle swarmy, shallow people? Yeah, you know what, and that's this is why, like, I knew guys like hell. I know guys. I think maybe not so much anymore, but I knew guys like who would go to gentlemen's clubs, right? And for me, it was never like I could see the attraction when you're very young, but it just wasn't. It's not my thing. Just because, like, I'd rather go somewhere and have a conversation with people who want to have a conversation with me, as opposed to sitting there with people who don't really give a shit about me, but they'll sit there as long as I got money. And that's kind of how I feel like with Mary. Like, Cody will sit there and talk to you because he's getting something from you, but he's not talking to you because he wants to talk to you. Because when push comes down to shove, if he's talking to you because he wanted to talk to you, there wouldn't have to be cameras present in order for you to have a conversation. They wouldn't have to book time with TLC to be able to sit you on a bench for you guys to be able to pick up the phone and have a conversation. You would be talking to each other. You would be friends with Robin. You guys would be hanging out. Other than when the cameras are rolling and she wants to sit there and try to make the point of how good a person she is. You guys would actually have a relationship outside and away from the cameras. And that's kind of the weird part about it. So, like, the whole, like, the charm feels good, like you getting the girlfriend experience or the boyfriend or husband experience because he's sitting there being friendly because the cameras are rolling. Yeah, that might feel good, but like you said, fake is fake. And I'd rather sit there with real people who don't like me. I'd rather somebody tell me straight up, James, I hate your ass, than sit there with somebody who's pretending to like me and be my friend and trying to make me comfortable. Because that's the person who's going to wind up hurting you, you know? And I just couldn't, like, it's just, I don't know. Like I said, each his own. Like, some people like the fantasy. I don't really care for it. It's just not my thing. Because it's like if you saw me on the street and I walked up to you and I tried to say hi to you, would you talk to me? Mary, if you saw Cody and like you ran into him at the supermarket. Hey, Cody, how you doing? Hey, Mary. Okay, good seeing you. Gotta go. Robin's waiting for me. Like, and then when the cameras are there, Mary, what's going on? Tell me, how's life treating you? You should already know how my life is going. If we're friends, you should already know. You should already know. So what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, you don't get to, and that's another thing. I was proud of Mary for the one thing when they showed up to the apology tour, and Mary called him out because when they went to County Pass, he wouldn't even look at her. He wouldn't even say hi. He wouldn't even give her the finger, right? But when the two of them are meeting and the cameras are there and Robin's not there, then it's, hey, Mary, let me give you a hug. Come over here. Be my best friend. Oh, we're buddies and this, that, and other. No. If you can't even talk to me or say hi to me, don't come over and try to hug up on my ass. The one thing that I would say, I wish Mary wouldn't have hugged him. Like, you can give me a little elbow bump. I'm not even giving you a fist bump. Like, you don't even want a fist bump. You damn sure not a handshake. We can say hi. We good. You understand what I mean? Like, because we're not there. Because what you don't get to do is ignore me. And in 1 minute you ignore me when you think you have all the power. And then when you need me, all of a sudden I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread. You want to come over and hug me and kiss me and ask me about my life like you give a shit. No. That's why I say we just built different. We built different. Because I would have remembered that. Like, I'm out there on County Pass and I'm like, hey, here I am. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? And they sit up there ignoring you like you a clown and shit. Nah, bro. When we see me next time, keep that same energy. I'll say keep that same energy. You know what I mean? What do you want? Got me out here standing in a park. Wouldn't even take her to dinner. Took the other two wives to get something to eat. Wouldn't even take her to dinner. Like, he brought a bottle of water for himself. He wouldn't even give her water. What? Jackwagon. But thank you so much, Raspberry. All right. Then we had a sale 392 with the $4.99 super chat. So my dad said, Garn damn tea. Garn damn tea. I had heard it in 20 years until you. Always makes me smile. Garn damn tea. Yeah, right. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Southernisms. That's my personal favorite growing up. But thank you so much, Sale. Yeah, there's certain things like always put a smile on my face when I think about like some of them times, best times down south. But yeah. YouTube is my time machine. $5 super chat. Said we need to talk about this hold harmless clause Robin added to the NDA. Do you think that was just for her or her and Cody? I think it was for the hold harmless was actually a release of claims. So essentially, what it does is it basically washes all the debt, any potential debt or claim that Mary may have against Cody and Robin in the future for things that she may have contributed to them in the past. For instance, the house money that she gave them so that they could buy their house, she wouldn't be able to touch any of the money that they made from the sale of the McMansion, nor could they touch any, like she couldn't put any loans or liens. They couldn't put any liens on the new property and or attach their garnish their wages or make any movements of that nature to try to secure a financial resolution to the money that she had already given them. Basically, it's like it's loan forgiveness almost. To think of it in that term. Like she lent her the money to purchase her home. She basically was saying that you're going to forgive us that loan. You're going to we're going to start fresh, And Mary would have been a damn fool if she signed it. I'm going to give you your money back, girl. You just sign right here saying I'm not going to give you your money back. What's the problem? Like, and again, this is why I say when I talk about like the whole Dave Chappelle thing and having these conversations before you are faced with these kind of situations, just putting your mind around it. If this were to happen, what would I do? This is the same thing like if you were training martial arts, mixed martial arts, boxing, whatever the case may be, baseball, football. You run through scenarios so that you can experience firearms training. You run through scenarios so that you can train yourself to understand your capabilities and limitations in a situation without having to deal with the realities of actually being in that situation. So the first time that, like, for instance, if you're training boxing and you're going to compete boxing, you don't want the first time that you ever get punched to be when you're standing in a ring fighting somebody. You want to that's the whole purpose of sparring. You want to know what it's like for when that happens so that you understand what your reaction. One, you know what it feels like. Two, you know what you need to do in order when it happens. Right? It's not a surprise. Surprise, surprise. Where my girl at? Hold on.
Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise.
Like, this shit hurts. Like, you want to experience it before it actually happens. So, like, same, part of the reason why I say we have these conversations, these kind of conversations are important, is that if anybody ever presents it to you, you've already ran through your mind, like what could happen, how it could go down, how this could end up bad, why you should put your name on documents, why it's important that if you give money towards, especially assets, property, cars, houses, whatever, your name should appear on that document to reflect your investment, your ownership. And if it doesn't appear on the deed itself, you have to have a document or a contract signifying your investment. and then your ability to be able to recoup those funds. Like I still say, I 100% believe that if you look at, I'm gonna do a video on this, but if you look at the investment of Mary's money into the McMansion, that's an investment, meaning that I get a return of my investment. I get a return on my investment. So if I give you $100,000 for a house that you purchased for, $1 million, when you sell that house and it doubles in value and you get $2 million back, I should get, because of my initial investment was 100,000, I should get back $200,000 because my investment was doubled. The valuation of my investment doubled during the course of that time. That's the return on my investment. Now, like same, if Cody and Robin, I invest that $100,000, these two jackaloons don't pay the damn taxes on the shit, or they don't pay the house insurance, and Cody drop a tree on the bad boy and break the damn house in half and destroy it, and we don't have insurance, I just lost my investment. I don't get that money back. I lost it. It's over. So if I want to take the risk, I should, and I accept the risk, I should be a part of the benefits too. That's my thinking. So, and I think she can make that argument. But yeah, that's what the hold harmless is about. He's trying to screw her. That was them. The reason why it's attached to the NDA, like I said, I think that they were not only going to keep the money from the house money that they owe her, that they invested into their McMansion. I think, my opinion, I think they was going to take that County Pass money too, because that's a lot of money. Like if you Cody and Robin, Mary was going to get, I'm going to say it one more time. It's in my video tomorrow, and I even have like the graphics and stuff to show it. But Mary was going to walk away with $54,000 roughly. Janelle was going to get $110,000. Cody and Robin were going to walk away with $517,000, almost over $500,000, and they had to give that money up. So with my information and the experiences that I've had with them on the show, there's nothing to make me think that they were willing to walk away from that money. That's a big chunk. That's a hit, especially when you already got that money counted in your head that this is your money, and you got to break that down. And then all of a sudden you go from getting $507,000, $517,000, to now all of a sudden you're only getting 170. Yeah, they was gonna screw Mary's ass. They was lining her up. They was gonna take her under. So, but thank you so much. YouTube is my time machine. OG triple OG. Then we had Just Scrapping in the house with the $4.99 super chat. Mega producer Just Scrapping. With NDAs in play, there is no reason or point to listen to or trust any of them. They have been playing in our faces. TLC can F right off with their nonsense. Yeah, that news coming out, I think, destroys any credibility that they possibly had. Because already we knew they were keeping secrets, but now you're trying to create a legal barrier for them to be able to even tell their stories. It's not just the fact they choose not to tell their stories. You're trying to make it legally prohibitive that they can actually share what's going on in their lives. And the whole reason why they get a paycheck is because they're supposed to be sharing what's going on in their lives. So that was a dummy. And TLC, if anything, should be pissed. Again, why are we more mad than TLC? TLC should be losing their minds. But thank you so much, Just Scrapping. Then we had Just Scrapping with the $4.99 super chat. Arizona's statute of limitations on personal loans. Yeah, that's the problem. Generally, from suing after 6 years, statute of limitation enforcing oral contract or debt is 3 years. Exactly. And they're outside the statute of limitations. So for them to be able to sue, the statute of limitation would attach not to the sale, per se, but it would attach to them and how they put they ordered the deed. That's where it becomes complicated and problematic because they have you just can't sit on that forever. And then, like I said, because you guys stop screwing, all of a sudden I'm gonna sue you. 10 years later, like you don't have forever to file these kind of cases. Yep, statute of limitations, boy, get you every time. And that's a directed verdict. So it's like when you file your lawsuit, your complaint, the answer will be a directed verdict called a pleading that'll include a request for a directed verdict. Basically, you'll say to the judge that this person doesn't have standing because this case should have been brought a long time ago. And it's outside the statute of limitations. And the judge from that point will decide whether that's true. And if that's true, it doesn't matter what your evidence is because they'll never hear it because you don't have standing and they'll get rid of your case. That's why I say, like, sometimes like the morals, which you think is right, isn't what's legal. But thank you so much, Just Scrapping. Great point. Julianne Kinkle with the $9.99 super chat. If you believe your name should be on a property title but isn't, statutes of limitations vary by state and situation, often starting from when you knew or should have known. This is true. The problem that they have is that, is Just Scrapping pointed out, in Arizona, it's 6 years. And technically, they knew right away because he told them right away that this is how he did it. And he presented it to them. So, and the should have known is a big problem, too. Because if you give somebody, the problem that you have is if you give somebody hundreds of thousands of dollars and you haven't signed anything to reflect ownership, or you went down and you sign off on a deed, and because there's signatures attached to that deed, it's not just he put their names down and that was it. Somebody signed something, so it's problematic. Like this whole shit is problematic. But they was in love.
Hey, James, it's Mary from California. This show. Someone needs to ask the obvious question. What extra money did Cody and Robin actually put into Coyote Pass? Because there were no substantial improvements. There was no infrastructure. There was no development. Yet they kept framing it like they invested more. What they're really doing, I think, what everybody thinks, is they're equating Christine giving them her portion as Cody putting money into the land. That's not investing. It's rewriting history. It's maddening that Suki doesn't ask them clarifying questions and make them squirm a little bit about these outright lies. I also want to talk about the McMansion. The money that Janelle put in was maybe $120,000. Even if it was $200,000, it's not a lot when you consider the years of show income and the eventual sale of that house. That money should have been pocket change. The fact it wasn't paid back tells me everything I need to know. It wasn't about principle. This is about being cash poor. And the level of grifting it takes to fight over that amount instead of just paying it back and keeping everyone quiet is honestly embarrassing. These two are idiots, and I'm starting to feel like an idiot for watching it.
Mm. Mm. Point taken. Yeah, I fixed it. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think that it would have played better if they'd have gave the money, but greedy people gonna be greedy people. And I think that's all it is. Like some people just steal to be stealing, you know. But Mary from California too.
All right, James, this is Mary from California again. Robin loves to talk about her being the moral compass, the one that says a good man should always provide for his ex-wives. Okay, then explain how that same compass was perfectly fine with taking Janelle and Mary's money for the McMansion and keeping them off the title. The man you married should buy his exes a house down the street, but they shouldn't legally own the house they helped pay for. Make it make sense. I'm pretty sure that magnet in that compass is broken. And here's the real reason Christine became Cody and Robin's public enemy number one. She kept her Vegas proceeds. That's right. Robin was seething because Christine outsmarted her. If you could take money from Mary and Janelle, then Christine refusing to hand over her suddenly makes her selfish. But Christine knew exactly what she was doing. She insisted on a house in her own name for a reason. Cody having to take his name off the deed, that was a cherry on top. Turns out the real betrayal wasn't Christine leaving. It was not leaving broke.
Mm. Can't say it better myself. Next up we got Jam. Jam.
I enjoyed your video about the one-on-one concept, and having to go to each participant for different questions doesn't work. The fourth thing that you had three key reasons why it doesn't work for the audience. But the fourth reason that I think you should add more is that when Suki goes from person to person to get more information about a singular concept, she misses key emotional nuances and tone and context. It's not being relayed in the same manner that it was spoken. And sometimes she's even changing the concept to be like, this person said they were paying some of the bills when it should have been they were paying all of the bills. It's just not working, and it's too confusing for the audience.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the problem that she has is that she's changing it because she's trying not to insult him. So she doesn't want to ask the question, which will be offensive if she says it the way that the cast members say it, which is why I was saying that, Suki might not be immune from the anger of Cody, but the cast members are. So the cast members have to be able to say what they need to say and stop relying on Suki. But let's go to the Jam too.
I'm really disappointed in Cody and Robin now trying this idea that they are morally superior and self-righteous in what they've done to people. They are the style of people who need constant supply, validation, and novelty. And it's obvious that they are insecure and attempting this self-righteousness in their needy, woe is me attitude, and everyone should sympathize with us because we fell in love while stealing everyone else's joint money. This is devastating to former partners, but they get over it in time after they've processed their hurt and waste of love. But kids have an unconditional belief that their parents will be honest, and they've lost emotional safety over time, repeated conflicts of not understanding what happened, financial inequity, and I feel the most sorry for them. And I can tell during this tell all, we're not going to hear anything about them and what rope.
Oh yeah, the kids are gonna be wildly left out, and I think that's at the order of Cody and Robin. Let's go to 3.
And I'm one of those people that I don't want the children to be on the show trying to work out these relationships with their parents because they've got to have a lot of anger toward their mothers for not protecting them and for Cody and Robin for being so dishonest. Their trust in people now, just regular people, is broken. And because you should be able to trust your parents that they're going to protect you, that they're going to listen to your feelings. Sometimes we had to move our kids because of career changes, and they were sad about it or nervous about it, but we really listened to them. These people are so selfish, actually, all of them, to not have protected their children. And I imagine that some of the kids really do have some things to process, not only with Cody and Robin, but with their own mothers.
Yeah, I think that that's part of the problem, one of the struggles. And if we're going to be honest, like being on a reality show is not conducive to mental health. Like, so I'll say one more time. Being on a reality show is not conducive to mental health. If anything, it's antagonistic to mental health. So having the kids on trying to find healing on a show is not a way to find healing, is more or less entertainment, and it doesn't necessarily benefit the children. So from that respect, I see where the jam is coming from. Jam. Next up we got Linda in the house.
Hey, James, it's Linda. I'm going to be at work today and I'm going to the movies, but I just had to share something with you. I did a deep dive on that angel cast iron thing that was in front of the door. That thing is $2,500. The name of that piece is Hera. Hera is the queen of the gods and goddesses of Greek mythology, who was the wife of Zeus. So now we know who is the head of that castle. That's not Cody's house. That's her house. That's Robin's house. But and I was trying to get a bead on that Adirondack chair. I think it's like about maybe 700, 750. So I mean, those two items alone are over $3,000, which is ridiculous. And scouring the internet for those bonus reels and everything else, it looks like Sunday's going to be a little bit more tidbitty. Suki asked Mary why she felt she was entitled to the house because Cody made up this lie that she wanted everything. And she said, I wasn't. I never fought him on that. He actually sent me something last week, which I guess was right before the tell-all. And she felt because his name was on it, he should legally get half. But she made it very clear my half was a loan to Robin's house. So I think Homegirl could get some.
All right. Let's go to keep rolling with Linda. She had a few. So we're gonna keep it rolling.
Yeah, so this thing cuts me off no matter how quick I try. So it looks like Mary is going to do a deeper dive on this. And she said, that's why I'm not being quiet anymore. So she didn't sign an NDA as much as she was either coerced by Cody or just felt, part of her loyalty needed to be to the family. So I don't know what really opened up her eyes. Like I can't put a bead on it. So, maybe the NDA from Robin was the straw that broke the camel's back. At her eyes, it's like this slow realization that something is happening. So I'm praying to God that she is still with her lawyer and something beautiful is going to happen. I posted on the Facebook page the complete page of Cody's alleged home improvement loan or line of credit, but it doesn't have his name on it. So at least I have that. And I'm going to, my nosy ass is going to try to do a deep dive because I really think he had to pay Mary off. God, to be a fly on that wall or a secretary in that lawyer's office. Damn it. Well, you'll have a good time. Bye.
All right. Yeah, the home equity line of credit, that technically might be under the trust because I think the ownership for the house is actually under the trust. So whether he paid that back to Mary or not, I don't know. Because greedy people going to be greedy. And I think Cody has been fighting to pay Mary back the whole time because even as the Jam said, like Christine's biggest crime was the fact that she was able to squeeze out with that money, and the fact that he came off hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like I said, he was going to get paid 500, over $500,000 for Coyote Pass, and he went from $500,000 to a little over 100,000. So he probably feels like I gave you all you need to get from me. So I don't know. We'll see. But let's go to Linda 3.
Hey, James, it's Linda. I had an epiphany while I was daydreaming and doing some paperwork. I just realized that this whole Coyote Pass thing is another set of bullshit from TLC. So I know we were discussing the deal and it was bothering me. And I just finally said, well, let me use AI. So there really would never been a backdoor deal. All right. Think
Oh,
Cody could have legally done. And that was the backdoor deal. All of that. Now, what's bothering me is this. Janelle, as a real estate agent, could have come out and given the whole explanation instead of letting this storyline go that she was in cahoots with Cody and there was going to be a backdoor deal and, Robin was coming in to save the day. This is all such a load of bullshit. Like these mofos are really trying to take us for fools until we sit down and held like everybody else, ask AI.
that's fair. Like I said, I think that there's a way to do it, but not the way they described it. Like it would be hell on wheels for you to do it that way. But let's keep it rolling with Linda.
It's me again. Probably going to be a couple. And this is totally different than what I was going to leave a speak pipe about, but I guess we'll talk about it on Tuesday because I'm sure it's going to add to the rage I was feeling last week. So anyway, I want to get back to Janelle. So here's my problem with Janelle. Like I said before, as a real estate agent, she could have given this simple explanation, could have put it to bed. But instead, she is in cahoots with Cody and TLC to make this storyline to try to validate a season 21, which she supposedly is not going to be filming, but still part and parcel about making Mary look bad. And this is my problem. Mary is like the punching bag for this whole freaking piece of shit family. And the quicker she wakes up, the better. Because it's time for her to rip the Band-Aid off for everyone to see the whole damn truth about what's going on. And what's going on is that they are this has to be the most dysfunctional piece of shit family we have ever seen, polygamy or not. Because okay, let me collect myself. So here it is. We know Janelle is being an accomplice with Cody, trying to make Mary look bad, which means that
Oh, hold on.
she was perfectly okay with telling Mary, get a lawyer, knowing that she would probably question Cody about it, because I think the fact that when Mary went over and gave the last check and spoke to Cody and Robin and said, Janelle thinks I need a lawyer, was her way of telling Cody, listen, I'm probably going to do it. So whatever nonsense you have planned, don't do it. And of course they went and they did it. But that's just not the only thing that they really pulled the. So once I went down the rabbit hole of finding out the backdoor deal, I started looking at the adoptions. In the states of Arizona and Nevada, it's almost the same thing. A polygamist can adopt his subsequent wife's children so long as the biological father gives up his rights or the biological father is deemed unfit. And in both cases, the biological mother has to agree. No official marriage had to happen again. I put in the search, polygamous father. So here we go with another lie, another bullshit. TLC taking us for a ride again and again.
Yeah, I think that again, the way that you would get the backdoor deal done could take years, and it would involve lawyers, and it's very expensive. Because you're looking for a partition agreement, which would force the sale. Basically, a judge would force the sale, and then they could divide the proceeds up how they see fit. With regard to the divorce, yeah, I'd said that a while ago. Like, you don't need to be married to adopt a child. It's unnecessary. Technically, it might look better if he wasn't married to Mary when he adopted said children with Rob, because Robin didn't give up her rights. But technically, you don't have to. He didn't even have to divorce Mary. Theoretically, it might have helped as far as like the expedience of the case if he wasn't married to Mary, but he didn't have to marry Robin. That's something he just wanted to do, but he needed to have the excuse that I'm not marrying Robin because I love her. I'm marrying Robin because, or I favor her. I'm marrying Robin because I have to. And that was the excuse they used. But let's go to Linda 6.
And then just brings me to the last bullshit that TLC is pulling. So this Apollo lie, the Apollo lie, I think that Cody got wind that Christine was going to write a book once she left. Now, Christine has sisters in the AUB. I'm sure one of them said something to the husband, leaked out. It got to Cody. So Cody doing this Apollo lie, and I'm sure that is why he made Janelle look like the worst person in the world before the Apollo lie, as well as Mary. Now we know why he was mad at Christine, because Christine got the ball rolling. And she is the one that he least expected this from, because she was definitely the one who bought this, raised in the AUB, was going to live and breathe and die with this. So Christine leaving and then Mary having the audacity of getting a release, he was not expecting those two blows. So this Apollo lie, he didn't realize that I guess TLC was not going to adhere to when he wanted this release, because I swear to God, in my mind, I could almost see him sitting down, negotiating with them that the season that we're in now needed to be released right away so it would coincide with the book. So while she's on her book tour, he's on his Apollo lie tour. Too bad that shit didn't work out.
Let's jump to 7.
And one last thing, resting brick face. Yes, I said brick. Robin. I think we all need to make a collection just to send her a Golden Globe Award, because that performance about the backdoor deal and her saving Mary was just spectacular. But we all know that she's just pissed off, seething, ready to explode, because Mary Brown is finally standing up for herself. So whatever NDAs these fools signed that they didn't honor it, remember if Janelle said she signed one, or because she didn't specifically say the NDA, she said she signed the paperwork. But this they don't realize that other content creators go through the paperwork. I just don't have the time to dig down deep and get online and get that involved in it. But I just think it's wonderful that the paperwork was dug out, and it showed that, yeah, Robin was the holdout, because I think Cody was trying to force Mary to concede to whatever money he wanted to give, and she didn't. And she's going to get the 50% from her Vegas house, and I just can't wait. You would think that I'm getting a piece of this, but I just can't wait, because I am so happy that Mary Brown stood up for herself and said, fuck you to everybody.
All right. With regard to the apology tour, I think the apology tour was more or less in preparation of special forces, because I think he thought that he would be better received from special forces and that would open doors for him. And in order to prepare for it, when people went back to look at Sister Wives, if you notice, like like on TLC Go, a lot of the channels which hold Sister Wives, with the exception of like Discovery Plus and I think maybe HBO, you can only go back to season 17 or season 18 rather. Like you can't go back any further than that. I don't even think you can go back 18. I think you only go back to 19, 20, and 21, 19 and 20. So they've limited the access that you would have to see how bad Cody was. In addition to that, they, like I said, if he would have blew up on special forces, then the apology tour would be him just basically saying, I'm sorry for something. I'm sorry for saying mean things about my ex-wife. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry I was being nasty, but I was just hurt. And that would be something which is an apology, and it doesn't make him look bad, because he does what people do when they break up. Talk shit about your ex. Who doesn't talk shit about their ex? It is what it is. But he wasn't apologizing for abandoning him. He wasn't apologizing for how he treated him. He was apologizing because he said some mean and hurtful things while they were breaking up. So I think the apology tour was geared more towards that. But thank you, Linda. Let's go to Daisy.
Hey James, I think that Megatron was really correct in her observation, and I felt as well that Robin was given a warning. I don't think her and Cody are on the best of terms when she was like, yo, if y'all want to play legal with me, then let's play. But don't get mad when I do me. I was like, who's she talking to? But truthfully, I feel like she might be bothered about how how sparks flew between Janelle and Cody, and how he kind of seemed to refer to her as his ultimate financial advisor. And I think he just was sloppy about his whole little rebrand topic, which I'll make another speak pipe about.
All right, Daisy. Um, Daisy Reyes, one of the superstars. But I think that that's a point. I think that with the whole threat of I'm gonna do me, don't let me do get legal with y'all sons of so and so's, whoop de whoop. Like I think all that comes from the fact that she was able to pull that cord before, because it was reported that they were complaining, like the wives, especially Janelle and I think maybe Mary, had went to Cody and was complaining about all the money that was being taken out of the family fund and how they just blowing through it. Like Robin's blowing through a lot of money. And from what I understand, Robin went back and told him, like, look, I will divorce his ass and I will take half of everything. And now that the wives have separated themselves from Cody, they aren't financially as vulnerable. And so her threat that I'll go legal on you sons of so and so's, that only works against Cody, because you don't have standing to go against the other wives. And even if you did sue him, I mean, do you really want to go through Discovery where they crack them books open? You know, it's just like you'll get ripped to pieces. So I think that was one of the things that like the threat that she could level when all the money was going into the family finances or family fund, and the wives' financial well-being was tied to that family fund. The fact that she said that she would get legal on them was a threat that would be a lot more felt then than it ever will now. But let's go to Daisy too.
Also, people like people don't really like that Janelle's under a lot of criticism right now or whatever. But I see what happened here. It's not just her. I'm just disappointed that she fell for Cody and Robin's rebrand attempt. They looked around and said, "Yo, this villain shit is getting old. We got to put this shit on somebody else." And she felt right for it, bro. All it took was a little bit of sweet talk. But then again, so did overlooking a lot of the mismanagement and spending. All it needed was a little bit of sweet talk. So, I'm I'm just kind of over the motherfucking show because it's just like, yo, like nobody's pointing out the obvious except for David. So many excuses are being made for shady behavior. It's just like, yo, y'all do y'all.
Yeah, it's the problem that you have is that the coming into season, like coming out of season 18, going into season 19, the OG3 had experienced from season like really 16 all the way through to season 19. They experienced a source of immunity, right? That you couldn't say anything about them. Like you say one bad word about Christine, Mary Janelle, boy, your shit get lit up. They light you up like a Christmas tree. But now, things is changed. It's different. So when people start really looking at some of the stuff and the behaviors and what they should have known and who knew what when and this, that, and other, it becomes a lot more sketchy and it becomes a lot more problematic. And the crazy part is, I think in Cody and Robin's mind, if they can tear the OG3 down, then that will lift them up. The problem that they have is if you tear the OG3 down, it could end the show. So by them trying to jack up Janelle, they actually might cause the show to end. But let's go to Daisy 3.
Yo, James, I feel like one of the reasons why Cody's really irked with Christine or whatever is because she finessed him when it was time to leave and fucking the whole house situation, her assets was handled like a boss, yo. Cause he fumbled. He knows, he looks back and he's like, damn, I fumbled when I took my motherfucking house, when I took my motherfucking name off her house so I could get on the bullshit, I think, with Robin, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the reasons why she pisses him off.
Yeah. Because she got away with her money. He was even trying to pull her back. Come on, girls. What we're going to do is we're going to sell your house and I'm going to take that money and I'm going to put it on Coyote Pass. And then I'm going to break down your money. We're going to figure it out. We'll figure it out some way we get your money to you. Like, why would I give you your money so you can give me my money back? That don't make no sense. What? I'm gonna give you my money so I could borrow it back. What? And so yeah, he was lost. My man was spinning. He didn't know what to do. Thank you so much, Daisy. Let me go to we had a super chat. Just scrapping with the $4.99 super chat. I will not be silenced. Yes, on NDA. Lies. You can't get around it. They all lie. And we can't care more about her abuse than she does. Wasted energy. And that's the weird position I think that we're all in, is that we try to vanguard and stand by people we see may have been mistreated. But it's hard when you're more angry and more outspoken about it. You seem more offended than the people who it actually happened to. Like we're standing there like, oh, they got him for the money and and it's so ridiculous and blah, blah, blah. And I'll be going to jail. I'll be getting prison money and I'll be eating prison food for the next 5 to 10 because that's ridiculous. And then you listen to them. I forgive them. I don't know why y'all upset. Why y'all tripping? It's not that big a deal. That's my family. I have morals and values. That's why I'm not upset. Like, what the shit? Why am I more mad than you? And I think that's the struggle of the show too, is that especially when the show starts getting long in the tooth, this is part of the reason, part of the frustration, and part of the reason why people are tired of the show. But thank you so much, Just Scrapping. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, I forgot to go through my let's check this out. Let's go. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, guys. Working hard. Not feeling good. I don't care. I'm in there doing my thing. Um, the poll said, "Is this your first or second season of Sister Wives? Are you a new viewer?" 3% said yes. 90%, 97% said no. And that's out of 183 votes. Again, is it the end all be all? No. But that's bad. Only 3% of new viewers. If this was like a restaurant or a bar, they'd be closing. Like, it'd be grand opening, grand closing. Like, it'd be over. So, we have somebody from across the pond, UK Michelle.
Hi James, it's UK Michelle here. Couple of things I'd like to query with you if it's possible.
Okay.
I don't understand entirely what the deal is with Cody wanting money from the sale of Garrison's property. I mean, if I've got it wrong and I'm out of order, I'm sorry, but it was reported that was actually left just to Janelle. So how would Cody need to be paid for any part of it? I mean, he didn't have anything really to do with Garrison and just did nothing but hurt him. So why should that man benefit from anything from him? And the other thing is, I was wondering, James, could you give us all your little prediction on how things are going to go with that family for the next year? I'd be interested to see how it compares with what really happens. So give us your predictions, James. Go on, give it your best shot. All right, my darling. Have a good one, everybody. Love all you beautiful people, my take famalam, and I will speak to you all soon. Bye.
With regard to Garrison, even if the thing is, it's as crazy as it is, might be futile in some instances, a few exercise in futility. But you can always, even in a will, even if there is a will, you can always probate a will. Like basically meaning you could say there was a mistake, that all this shouldn't be left to them. It was done inappropriately. It was handled, mishandled, or he received bad information. He wasn't in his right mind when he did it, because you have to be of sound mind and body when you fill out a will. You can protest all those things. You can try to litigate all those things. Is it worth it? I mean, but at the same time, with at the same time, if you have a situation like you have with somebody, say, is desperate, and you need them to sign off because you owe them way more money than you would ever get from maybe your loved one passing away in the will, but they needed that money, and they needed that money, so you basically say, cut a deal with them. I'll let you have that. I won't protest it. I won't argue about it. I won't take you to court and try to get it from you. And all you got to do is just sign off on this other money that you may or may not ever get. And if they are desperate enough, they'll do it. And I think that's the leverage that he used against Janelle. Where do I see them in the future? The easy one, like Christine and David, they'll stay married. They will have to experience something difficult in order for them to stay on the show. Other than that, if they don't, the show will just get canceled, and they'll get canceled too, because like the love affair and then like the newly discovered young love at middle age is not really marketable. Mary, she has to do something to make herself more interesting. Her walking around just kind of giggling through life, I don't think will sustain a TV show. I think Jen does. Like, Jen provides the backdrop for Mary, where she brings Mary out of her shell. Mary isn't very forthcoming. Like the whole "I will not be silenced. I won't say this. I promise to say that." Mary keeps secrets, and that's just not good for a reality show. So Mary, she'll try to move forward with her business, the Worthy Up stuff, and cash in on her sister wife fame. Same thing with Christine to a lesser extent. She'll try to cash in on her sister wife fame, writing books, and just basically telling us the same types of stories she's been telling us about Cody and her relationship and how her approach to polygamy. Janelle, she'll try to drill into the whole Taita Farms thing. Also cashed in on her sister wife fame, particularly with the relationship advisor for seniors or parents who are alienated by their kids. Like that's the new thing she's trying to focus on, which I don't think is it's just not a good look. Then of course Cody and Robin, as they burn through their money, they burn through their relationship. Their relationship is directly tied to their bank accounts. So the love is strong while the money is strong. As soon as the money starts getting shook, the relationship starts getting shook. Like Robin wasn't talking shit about Cody until they got a 60% pay cut when the other three wives left. Think about that shit. That's when she started having a problem with Cody. Before that, he's my husband. I'll never betray him. Robin would never say a bad thing about me ever. She always has my back until them women left and they took their money with them. Then all of a sudden, he got a murder face. He been mistreat me. He make me cry. He's so abusive. He's so mean and so nasty. What happened? The money left. So that's my prediction. That's my prediction. Let's go to Anonymous 4.
Who is Cody's lawyer that told him he didn't have to pay Mary anything? Minus the fact that she's also put money into Coyote Pass more than her fair share.
If you look at the strict documents, as far as the like statute of limitation is kind of mentioned by Just Scrapping, and you look at the title and the deed, it's not that he doesn't have to pay her anything. It's the fact that she only had so much time to file to get anything. Like she might have blew her like in fairness, she might have blew her timetable. And that's the hard thing, is that like we've been calling for her to do something, get off your shoulders, do something. And the truth of the matter is you guys don't know what you're talking about. Get up off my back up. You don't know what you're saying, but there's a reason why the fans have been pushing her as hard as we've been pushing her to get on acting on this stuff, because your claim cannot sit forever. Our system doesn't work that way. The founding fathers who created our legal system didn't want to have a situation where you would have to worry about being sued or arrested for crimes or things of that nature for all of your days. So the way they see it is that for certain crimes, even certain civil offenses, if you were really hurt, you had damages, you would seek reparations for those damages, repayment for those damages. If you don't, then obviously you didn't give a shit. You didn't care enough to bring the suit. And I think that that's what his attorney might have been focused on, because Mary's name is only on a small percentage of the property. On Coyote Pass, it's only 7.95%. And so if she contributed extra money, does that necessarily translate to more money? Not necessarily. And that's part of the problem, and this is where I say, like, this is why I've been saying we got to be smart about how we do shit, because what makes sense to you may not make legal sense. What's common sense isn't always legal sense, or legality, legal, but let's go to Anonymous 5.
I agree with you. I think he was trying to make a dig at David. But guess what? David's a millionaire and he's not. I wonder how that's working for him.
Yeah, That sucks. Like, look at you, a plumber. Well, actually, I own a plumbing business. What do you do? Hang drywall? Who that gives a shit about drywall? I don't know. You construction worker? Yeah, but I'm worth $10 million. You said $10 million. Oh shit! Oh shit! And just then, here come Robin. Hey, big boy. David, you mind coming over my house looking at some drywall for me, please? Cody's not gonna be here. I just want to talk to you. I think I got some thunderbolts in the Thundercat. Caught some thunderbolts in the Thundercat. I need you to take a look at it, David. Telling you. Next up, we got Anonymous again.
When is Robin gonna learn that Cody uses her and lies to her? When is she gonna get that? Also, Mary, why are you believing anything Cody and Robin are saying? They're idiots. Stop listening to them.
Yeah. Like, that's the weird part about it too. Is that, like I said, the whole like backdoor deal description is by what Cody and Robin are saying. And the fact that there is a backdoor, that might trouble you, but I'd be hesitant to just take them at their word that they were looking out for my best interest. Clearly they weren't. Clearly they weren't. Because Janelle, even if Janelle wanted to do a backdoor deal, she couldn't do it without Cody. She couldn't do it without, like, there's no way that Janelle had any standing to be able to pull off any of this shit by herself. So, and it's not a real thing. Like, it's so difficult for you to do this. Like, it's not, oh, I paid X amount of dollars and I don't want to keep the property no more. I want to sell it. It's so hard for you to do this shit. Like, for you to force a sale, especially if it's not like, because there's also a counter argument, and then you're trying to force a sale. Because if you've owned the property they've owned that property since 2018, I think it was. So you've owned that property a grand total of 7 years, 7 years, right? And in 7 years, the property has doubled in value. Then you could make the argument as a owner of that of said property that I don't want to sell it because the property is appreciating at 2-to-1. It's received a 100% increase over that course of time. So I want to hold on to the investment because the investment is making money. So that's why I don't want to sell it. And a judge might look at that and be like, yeah, but I need the money. Too bad. So sad. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong. It's not like Mary saying, I just want to keep it to be spiteful or I want to be an asshole to my ex. She said she could go in and argue. And this is part of the partition agreement, like part of the partition hearing, is that she could argue that I'm making money on this investment and I don't want to sell it because I'm making money. It will hurt me to sell this property. So I would be willing to sell the property, but you have to double, if not triple, the amount of money that you're willing to give me to force me to sell it. You understand what I mean? So it's not as easy as I just want to sell it, so I should be able to sell it. This is, it's not kindergarten. This is serious shit. Like, especially when you're dealing with finances. Like, you got to have like people come in and you got to pay experts. And that's what I'm saying. This shit is very expensive. Like, a partition agreement or a petition order for this kind of property at this rate of money, it would be very expensive. Because you're not just paying for attorneys. You have to pay for experts. You'd have to have financial people, maybe a real estate person come in to testify that the property has reached a height or a zenith of where the potential profitability is at. So it basically plateaued out. And or you have somebody on Mary's side and say, look, this area is hot as shit. Like, this property right now is worth, they bought it at $890. This property is now worth 1.5 in 2 years after they build a Wegmans and a Walmart or, a Piggly Wiggly, or they run that the highway or whatever. They have this development program. This property could triple in value. And so, like, there's a lot of things that, like, especially with real estate, there's a lot of things, a lot of balls in the air. So it's not just I want to sell it because I need the money and I bought a $2.1 million house. That's your business. That ain't got nothing to do with me and my investment. That has nothing to do with me. That's you blowing your money. Good luck. You know, so it's not like I said, it's not as clean as they're even trying to pretend on the show. But we have Janet Unlimited Lipstick in the house.
Hey James, it's Janet. I haven't been able to get on any of the lives lately because I've been working, but was
Working
just
hard.
thinking of the last episode and Robin saying, "Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Are you serious? Is she serious? Like we can see through the act, Robin. You stole money from Mary, and you should have no say in how much she's entitled to." And the mask is slipping and has been slipping and we don't buy it. But I just, I excited for the next live and hopefully I'll be off so I can call in. But are you serious?
Yeah, that was crazy. Like I don't know why you think I'm joking around if I ask you a question. What are girl games? You really want to know? Yeah, that's what you're here for, to answer questions. So when I say something, if I say something and my voice goes flat, that's a statement. If I say something and my pitch goes up a little bit, that's an indication it may be a question. Let me teach you how this shit works. So when I said, why would you say that? That's a question. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm dead ass. Why would you do that? Why would you trust Mary? Are you serious? Well, okay, well, you haven't said, and here's the thing. It's not clear as to why, like we could all guess and, come up with our little theories and behind the scenes shit. But Robin has never come out and said why she doesn't trust Mary. She's never come out and said this, and this happened, or we saw this, and this happen on the show. And so, of course, I don't trust Mary. I've seen enough where Mary should never trust Robin, but I've never seen a situation where Mary did something to Robin and Robin shouldn't trust Mary. So if I ask you that question, I have every right to ask you that question because that information is not available. So you need to answer the question. The problem is that Suki can't. She got to sit there and pretend like she don't understand English. Oh, no. Are you serious? Are you serious? No. She got a soft pedal ass. Tickle the nuts. Like I'm not doing that shit. That's the part that would drive me crazy. So, bless Suki. Because I couldn't do it. Now, are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. Are you serious? I don't know why this is so hard to understand. Why don't you trust Mary? Because she asked for a lawyer? Because she didn't go along with your bullshit? I don't trust her because Mary wouldn't let me screw her over. I was going to steal everything. And she stopped me. That's why I don't trust Mary. Shit. You crazy. But let's go to Caramel Cuties. This is our last caller, y'all. Well, we have a few from Caramel Cuties, but she'll be the last one.
Hey, my take family. It's me, Carmel Cuties. I was coming just to say I've been seeing a lot online regarding like Mary having Jen there and her not having the courage to speak up for herself or only having the courage to speak up when Jen comes around, but yet is yelling out and screaming, I will not be silenced while not saying a whole lot. I feel like when we get to a point in our lives and we're tired and exhausted with the bullshit that goes on around us, sometimes we do need that extra push from those who have been around us in those situations. Jen has been in the picture with Mary from, I'm going to say, day 10, when they moved to Vegas. And for the fact of her knowing all that Mary's gone through, the good, the bad, the ugly, the ins, the outs, especially when it comes to the family, I feel like she's earned her right to sit beside Mary and pump her up when she needs pumping and assistance when she needs a little pick me up because Mary doesn't have the strength to do it for herself. Fuck those that feel different. Just my opinion.
Well, I don't think that I don't think that it's bad that Mary had Jen sit next to her. I do think that it's bad that you're on a reality show and you can't do the job of being on a reality show. Because a reality show, you can't bring help. You gotta be able to you gotta be able to stand on your own 2 feet and make your argument. I think that that's also like the because that would be an argument as to why they need to do the one-on-ones as opposed to the group tell-alls. Because if Mary's not strong enough to say anything, Christine's not strong enough to say anything, Janelle's not strong enough to say anything, and Cody and Robin are going to run over the two of them, then it makes a shitty show. It makes for a shitty show. Like just point blank. You know, uh it would just be a bad like because nobody wants to see Robin and Cody winning. Like they definitely don't want to see them beating the shit out of verbally or rhetorically, beating the hell out of the OG3 and running them over. And I think that there's a point where like you could be sick and tired, but I don't know if Mary has reached a point where she's sick and tired. Because sick and tired is you tired of people treating you like shit. You tired of people running over you. Sick and tired and exhausted because you keep putting yourself out there and you keep laying down for these people as they walk all over you is not you being sick and tired. That's just you're not getting what you want and you being upset that you're not getting what you want. You want Cody to treat you better, so you keep giving in to him and you keep laying down for him. He keeps walking all over you and wiping his feet on your back. But then you want to complain that your dress is dirty. Like, you gotta pick a lane, you know. And if you won't be silenced, you gotta start like it's promising something that you don't plan on delivering on. If Mary said, "Look, I'm tired. I don't want to talk about them no more because I'm sick and I'm tired. It hurts my feelings. It's too painful, whatever the case may be." I think she would get more grace than just her saying, "I will not be silenced. I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want to say, and ain't nobody gonna keep me from saying it." Okay, go ahead. No, I don't want to say nothing. Like that's where I think she gets burned out at. But let's go to Karma Cuties too.
Carmel Cutie's coming in for number 2. When it comes to Janelle, yeah, I'm feeling just like Megatron. My massive side eye is at 1,000%. She's shady. And the fact that she even signed a fucking NDA, like, even if I wasn't willing to speak on the crazy stuff that's been going on, I'm not signing no goddamn NDA under no circumstances. Like, at the end of the day, the dirt and the deeds were already done. Sorry, I'm standing outside, so it's a little loud, but the dirt and the deeds were already done by the family. The fact that you signed over your whole, she signed over all her equity in order for Robin and Cody to get the house that they got. Then you want to sign the NDA later, years later. Like, that's a little suspicious to me. I'm not saying it was her whole idea to do the backdoor deal, but I definitely believe that, yeah, she might have mentioned it from what her so-called attorneys told her. But at the end of the day, if she brought it up, she knew Cody was going to run with it. So it was going to work in her favor either way and fuck Mary. Shady. Trifling. My opinion. I'll be back.
Fair play. I think Janelle was desperate. I think she would have signed anything. I think that's all it came down to. She needed the money. Janelle needed that money. And Cody needed the money, knew she needed the money, and he took advantage of her. I think that's all. It's as deep as that. Like I think Cody just knew she needed the money. She was broke. She was living with her daughter in North Carolina. She's a middle-aged woman trying to figure it out. Basically starting from zero. Cody had an advantage, and he just took advantage of the advantage. And even as Janelle said, like, we all signed an NDA, but they're not honoring it, so I'm not going to honor it. Like, that's, we're all in breach. is basically what she said last Sunday. So, but let's go to Karma Cuties 3.
Hey, my take family. This is probably my third speak pipe. I don't know, but I'm harping on Robin and Cody because at the end of the day, they are some massive shady individuals. Robin, I feel needs her ass whooped. I'm gonna say it again, time and time again. She needs somebody like old high school girls, you know, when they go in the locker room, and instead of being like, "I heard you said that about me," they just need to sneak that bitch. Like, just walk up on her and bust her in her mouth once or twice, old school style, no Vaseline included, because that was fucking shady. And the fact that she feels she don't owe Mary a damn dime or an apology back because she didn't do nothing wrong. Mary too nice, because I would have stomped a mud hole through that bitch, like, and just would have sat in jail for the weekend and enjoyed my peace and quiet, because ain't no fucking way you gonna play in my face like that and think I'm gonna just take it and not do nothing in retaliation. I'm gonna beat your ass and still go to court. Play with your mama, don't play with me. Just saying. I'll be back.
And she's back.
The fact that Carmel Cuties again, I'm getting started and even say who I was. My bad. Getting ahead of myself. But the fact that Cody is comfortable not contributing a dime while they're paying their mortgages, while they're paying on these homes and property, but yet want to benefit 100% from their work and hard labor and what they put in. That motherfucker is a dirty damn dog. Now, I don't want to say he's probably been a dog his whole life throughout all their marriages. Throughout the 30 years he was married to each three of those women, and then comes along Robin. I think he got shadier once Robin came along because she pumped his head up and enabled him. So the shady shit that he didn't think of, she did. The conniving shit that Cody wouldn't even dare think about doing before she came into the family, I strongly believe she encouraged that shit. Why? Because her and her kids would benefit the most. And because of that, they screwed over everybody else, including the OG 13. It's a special place in hell for the both of them. And I can't wait to see it happen. Just saying.
Well, I think that the only thing I would say about Robin coming into the family and Cody's change of heart, I think that, like, if you look at it, the way I see it, I think that money and power does not corrupt. Money and power just reveals the person that you always were. It gives you the freedom to be the person that you always wanted to be. And Robin coming into the family coincides with Cody's financial situation changing. So I don't think it was just the fact that Robin came in and was like, screw them heifers. I think that it was something that Cody always felt. It's something that's been burning in Cody for a long time. Because I know we kind of play with the idea that, like, Robin got the magic boom box and then all of a sudden Cody got lost in the sauce and it changed his whole life and perspective. But I don't think that that's the case. You know, the way what he did and what he's been doing is stuff that I think that has always been in him to do. It's just that, one, the money gives you the freedom to do it, and then two, if anything, Robin gives you permission to be the person that you want to be. So the money allows you magic boombox. Money allows you the ability to do it, and then you're like, oh shit, this is kind of evil and wicked. And then here comes Robin, like, you have every right to do it. And I think that might be where we reach agreement, that Robin might have been the one who gave him permission to be the person that he always wanted to be. And I think that also plays into the idea of why he's so infatuated with Robin, because she accepts. And not only does she accept the person that he is and he always wanted to be, but she encourages him to be that person. So she's not saying that you're wrong and you're evil for being that person. She's saying you are absolutely right for treating these women the way you're treating them, because it's about your feelings and how you feel. And are you getting what you need out of these situations and relationships? And I think the reason that also plays into the reason why Cody sits around and talks about Robin is the moral compass of the family, because Robin is the one telling him that his lesser, darker urges are okay. She's the one justifying his behavior. So yeah, he would like to believe that she is the moral compass of the family because she's the one guiding him, giving him permission to be the person that he wants to be. Hope that makes sense. We have one more from Carmel Cutie.
Carmel Cuties. I agree with Miss Linda when she said Cody needs to be in jail. Like he does. And I believe that Robin needs a cell right the fuck next to him. Those two committed fraud, and if that implements Janelle, then guess what? You might go sit down and do your time too. Maybe they'll give you time off for good behavior because you told first. I don't know. But there's no way him ripping these women off out of hundreds of thousands, you leaving this on the table, and him and her are just gonna walk away like y'all didn't put in extra work selling LuLaRoe clothes or put in the time making sure your Airbnb had reserve rentals enough to pay the mortgage and keep the lights on while contributing to Coyote Pass, ultimately contributing to McMansion #1, which they sold for $1.2 fucking million. Yeah, it couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. My last name could never have been Brown and associated to Cody and or Robin without me putting hands on them and then going to court. I don't give a fuck if I had no legal grounds. I'm gonna have my day, but they definitely need to be in jail. What's your opinion, James?
Well, I think that I understand the sentiment. I do understand the sentiment. The legally, you know, this is why I've been standing there in the breach, screaming into the void about doing things the right way and making sure that things are done appropriately from the beginning. Because there's time delays, there's they put the documents together and then everybody signs off on the documents. Everybody's cool with the documents. He takes money from people's houses. He never gives it back. And then he calls it a gift. And he says that the money that he invested in the Robbins house from other wives was actually contributed from the family to Robin because of all that she brought into the family. Because if you remember, part of what he was also saying, it was when Robin came into the family, she gave the family so much. She sacrificed so much. And this is why she deserved, the family should have paid her back for X amount of dollars. Right? It's that type of mentality. So like the legal side of it is a mess. The moral side of it, Cody's like, the way he looks on the show, he looks like trash. He looks like trash because you look like I said in that video, like you're a guy who intentionally tried to take advantage of women who you pump kids into. Like you made single mothers so that they could be subject to you victimizing them. You created your victims. And I think that was part of it. Like I said, a weakness that I see in this whole thing that might blow this up, and you guys keep talking about jail. The one thing that kind of, sends the hair on the back of my neck up is this idea of the house, Mary's house money, and even Janelle's, she signed off on it, but Mary's house being considered a gift and the proceeds from the sale of her house being considered a gift. If she didn't sign that document, they don't have, like, if the mortgage company don't have that document on record, this could be a problem, a real problem, because that is money that is not, like, if Mary considered that money to be an investment, and I'm going to do a video on this talking about it specifically on how she could actually come to that conclusion. If this is considered an investment and Cody and Robin never reported this to the mortgage company, that shit could be a problem. That's a big problem. And Robin with the whole, like, I didn't understand what I was signing. I took out the mortgage. I was just listening to my husband because I'm a submissive wife. Even though he said I have a spine of steel and concrete, I was trusting him that he would do the right thing. You know who else said that? Teresa Giudice from the Real Housewives of New Jersey. And when she got out of jail, okay, that's what I'm talking about. When she got out of jail, because her husband also was sliding paperwork in front of her, and she tried to pretend like she ain't know what the paperwork was about, and she just signed it, not knowing what she signed. And the judge and the court said, "We don't believe you. You're going to jail. And if you didn't know, you should have known, and you was committing fraud. See you when you get out." Right? And she went to prison. And I'm just saying, like, this shit is bad. Like, that's the one thing, like, you can't do that. You cannot do that. You can't go to a court. You can't go to a mortgage company and say you're making money or say that you have funds and these funds are free and clear and it's not a big deal. This is your money because it was given to you. And you know full and well that that money was lent to you, a loan and or an investment. See, there's a difference. If it's a loan, then he will be responsible to pay back the amount of the money, the principal of the money. And if there's interest, that interest would have to be agreed upon. If it's an investment, holy shit, there's a difference. There's a difference. An investment, if I put in 100%, if I put in $100,000 and the house doubles, I expect to get double my money back because I invested in it. And by me investing in it, I should participate and be a part of any proceeds or profits that arise from my investment. That's a different ball game. But as far as the mortgage company is concerned, he would have to explain that that money was not his, that he put down for the down payment. That shit is bad. I do not feel comfortable with that. I do not feel comfortable with that. Like that part of it. He might be able to get away with taking the money. He could have got away with maybe the way he filled out Coyote Pass. He might have been able to get away with that 79% or over $500,000 out of Coyote Pass. He might have been able to get away with that shit. But that mortgage stuff, I'm telling you, the one thing that here's the ironic part. You want to hear some hint of irony, and then I'm gonna let you guys go. Here's a hint of irony. Him ripping off his wives, the way he ripped off his wives, that's not gonna get him a day in jail. He won't even get a ticket for ripping them women off. What will put him in prison, him and Robin, what potentially could put them in prison, is you going down there and messing with them financial institutions' money. Ripping them women off, won't spend a day in jail. He won't even get arrested, much less go to jail for ripping them women off. Ripping off a bank, you might do time ripping off a bank. They'll put you in some in the prison for ripping off a bank, a financial institution. It's a different thing. Yeah, that's mortgage fraud. Like they do not play with that shit. They do not play. That is not a game. And again, when it comes down to it, just understanding like the nature of, you go to court, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. That's civil suits are burden of proof. So if you start off even, burden of proof is if you move the scale slightly. Burden of proof, right? You go to criminal court, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Not all doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's, guilty, innocent, guilty, not guilty. Right? Reasonable doubt. Problem with financial crimes, it's all documents. So you filled a document out, you signed it. And part of that packet that you sign, when you sitting there filling out your mortgage and shit, and they have you sitting there for 30,000 years, and you signing your life away, and you sign here, initial here, put your name here, put your date here, put your blood thumbprint here because you're selling your soul, right? When you signing all them documents, part of you're expected to know everything in that document. You're responsible for everything in that document. But part of that document is going to be that the bank that you're borrowing the money from is the first lien holder and first lien position as far as the bank is concerned. That you don't owe money to anybody else in connection to this house, because they want to be sure that they have the house itself is the collateral that they're using to give you, to front you the money. So the McMansion was collateral for the bank. And if Mary is the first investor, she has first dibs on the collateral that the bank is using to give Robin and Cody the money to purchase the house. That's why people go to jail. Okay. That's why they take that shit very seriously. Like the letters saying that it was a gift, acknowledgement that it was a gift, that shit would have to be included in that packet. And if it doesn't exist in that packet and she's making an assertion that it was not a gift, it was an investment or a loan, then Cody and Robin would have to reveal that to the bank, because that's also part of your income. And you would technically you would have to reveal that to the IRS. That's also a tax evasion. There's all kinds of problems. Like, I mean, this shit is crazy. This is crazy. It's crazy. But let's do the survey. Survey says 215 votes. Is this your first or second season of Sister Wives? Are you a new viewer? 3% of you said yes. That's actually 3% more than I expected. So, TLC, are you winning? Are you entertained? 97% of you said no. I am not new. I've been watching this show since it started, or I've been watching it since season 16 and went back, watched all of it, and now I'm caught up. Like, that's bad numbers. Bad numbers. King of numbers. Just run through real quick. I had some super chats come in. Megatron with the $2 super chat said a Liu Kang uppercut from the ankles too. Caramel Kitty. For those not familiar, Liu Kang is one of the main characters in Mortal Kombat. They used to throw these crazy ass uppercuts. My man bring that shit from the bleachers and put you up in the stands, boy. Only thing worse than a Liu Kang uppercut or a Mortal Kombat uppercut was the Street Fighter Ryu and Ken Hayuget. There they go, Hayuget. That dude would jump up, he'd uppercut you and jump about 5 feet off the ground and try to knock you out your socks. Let me give Megatron a little something, something. Liu Kang, flawless victory. Then we had a Megatron with the $5 super chat. Said, name a celebrity with the Brown last name that ain't been in a bunch of mess. I changed that name so fast. My last name, Brown, me blocked. My last name, Brown, me blocked. Yeah, Chris Brown, Bobby Brown. You know, they might as well call them the Jailbird Browntown folks, because they, man. Yeah, who was you with? I was with Joe Brown. Well, you know, Jim Brown. Jim Brown, he never got in trouble for real, for real. Jim Brown, there you go. I came up with one. But that dude's like from the 70s. Like I think he played for the Cleveland, the Cleveland Browns. I think he played for Cleveland. Now I gotta look. Damn it. Football legend Jim Brown, also an actor. He passed away. R.I.P. Rest in power. It doesn't say. Let me see. Damn it. Who did he play for? There you go. You know what I want to know? Cleveland Browns. Damn, I was right. There it is. Jim Brown played for the Cleveland Browns. I thought it was too perfect. My name's Jim Brown. I play for the Cleveland Browns. Yeah. But there you go. That's the only one I know though, like off top. And that dude, like, when did he play football? He played football 1957 and 1965. He was big in the what they used to call the black exploitation films, like what movies was he in? He was in a bunch of like old ass movies, like Three the Hard Way, just classic films. That's cool. But yeah, Bobby Brown, Chris Brown, these new Browns is trouble. These new Browns, boy, they call them the clank clank twins. Can they get clank clank? Thank you so much, Becky Drive. They're like turning big rocks into little rocks. That's why they're so powerful. They call them license plate kids. We had Just Scrap It with the $4.99 super chat. Said if all 5 TLC checks went to the LLC bank account, is there a statute of embezzlement from the LLC since Cody and Robin used it as their personal piggy bank? I think that's 6 years too. But ongoing crimes, like it's weird. Like, again, if you get caught up in this shit, contact an attorney, because there is a thing where if you have an ongoing crime, like if you commit a crime and a crime starts and stops at a certain point and a person gets victimized, that is the crime. That's the clock starts running from that point. But if you can show that it's an ongoing crime, it's something that's ongoing and all that. So say he started ripping off the family account in 2010, and they didn't stop contributing to the family account until 2020 when they all left the family. 2020, 2021, when they all left the family, they're well within the statute of limitations. That's where it gets kind of crazy. So it's not the first time or when you started stealing. It's when if it's a continuing crime, then the crime is the crime. Like it's probably like it's crazy. Contact an attorney. Contact an attorney. Cody Brown, if you're watching, contact an attorney. Because if they ever tighten your ass up, there could be problems. Yeah, but the whole there's a he because especially if he's taking a role, because the way the entertainment business works, because he tried to say like I'm Cody Brown Entertainment LLC, and he's taking a role as a manager of said talent. So it's not just that we have a family bank account that they're depositing their money into. Cody Brown LLC is Cody Brown Entertainment LLC is operating as my manager, right? I could get paid, like if you have a manager or agent, they negotiate your contracts for the most part with the production company. So you go for the audition, you get picked, or you get hired. You go back a couple times, maybe callbacks. You go and they say, well, how much you offering? What kind of trailer does it get? What kind of wardrobe? What kind of expense account? If he has to stay somewhere, what kind of accommodations does he get? Those kind of things they could negotiate for you. And ultimately your pay, right? He's going to get paid. He's going to do 2 days. Day play. He's going to be a day player, 2 days. We're going to pay him $30,000. Your agent can set it up. You send it to me, and then I'll pay him out. Right? You still got to fill out your W-2s and shit, but you send it to me, I'll pay him out. That's your agent. Now your agent has to give you your money after they take their cut. They can take a percentage of it because they're operating as your agent, but based on your agreement. But what they can't do is take all your money and say, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and put this aside. I'm gonna invest in uh Tesla stock, you know, because I drive a Tesla and I want to get more stock. If I own so much Tesla stock, they give me a discount. So I'm gonna take your paycheck from your acting gig or whatever, and I'm gonna invest it into this stock and I'm gonna try to make you some money. They can't do that shit. That somebody will go to jail because you have a fiduciary responsibility at that point. So it's a cute thing to say that you're like Cody was their manager. That's cute, but there is responsibilities that he would have to them. And that's where that could get him into trouble. That could be a problem. You know, you start tearing it down. That could be a problem. Especially if I'm using this all the money for gifts and it turns out, especially like with his and Robin's house, that you're taking investments from the family fund or the manager or entertainment group and you're buying personal property. That shit's a no-no. So yeah, it could be problematic. But thank you, Just Scrap It. We had Just Scrap It with the $4.99 super chat. Why does Cody get 50% of the ex-wife stuff, but he doesn't have to give 50%? What kind of nonsense is that? And these ladies are letting him manipulate them. Yeah. And this is part of the problem. Like I said, this is the problem I have with polygamy in practice, legal practice, and legal parlance as a whole. Because if he said it was 50-50, he's not taking 50-50. He's counting 100% of their assets and just merely saying, I should get 50% of your assets. But his assets are untouchable because he mixes and matches his assets with other people and says that. So anytime he has like, say he's divorced and Christine's leaving, and he said, I should get 50% of your assets or my assets, and that's 100%. But that's not 100% of your assets. So if we're getting a divorce, we're only splitting up my stuff. And then you say, well, what about your stuff, Cody? Well, my money is tied up with Janelle and Robin and Mary, and that's separate money because it's over here and that has nothing to do with you. But it does, doesn't it? Like, how are we separating this money out? And again, this is the problem that I want somebody to come in and explain how they propose legalizing these unions and where it would make sense. You know, it's already hard enough. Like, look, two people getting a divorce, this shit is already complex enough. It's already hard enough, especially a contested divorce where there's multiple assets like property, real estate, where there's cars or title or valuables, jewelry, things of that nature. It's a heirloom jewelry, not just like, oh, she got a necklace, I want it. But it's like it's difficult enough for you to try to figure out who gets what, pensions, social security, investments. It's hard enough for you to figure out between two people who should get what. But when you have 5, 6 people and money is over here and this wife worked and she has nice stuff, but does she have nice stuff because Cody was helping her get nice stuff? Or does she have nice stuff because she's really good at saving? And that's another thing. What Robin was saying was basically, I have nice shit because I bought the nice shit because I know how to invest my money. I go out and save my grocery money. I coupon. I don't go to restaurants. I live a sparse life so that I could buy nice shit because I like nice stuff. That's essentially what Robin was saying. And there are people like that. Not saying she's one of them, but there are people like that. And if somebody is making those sacrifices, you don't get to blow your check every week going to the bar and to the club and hanging out with your friends, going on trips, girls trips and shit, and then come back and because you don't have a house or a pot to piss in, you get to take the wife's house who was just sitting there eating peanut butter jelly sandwiches or tomato and fucking mayonnaise sandwiches every day at lunch, and you going out to the Four Seasons and the Palm and Ruth Chris every day at lunchtime, getting the left side of the menu. Like that's where it gets, like, to me, that's where the problems start to come in. Especially as we start to delve into like this whole idea of legalizing polygamy. That's what makes it difficult, because you would have to be able to establish that this person's good with money, this person's bad with money. That sometimes it's not even good or bad with money. It's just that mugs get lucky. You know what I mean? You get lucky. Like a house goes up for sale, and all of a sudden you just happen to be sitting on top of your tax return or something ridiculous because you got 18 damn kids, you got a whole bunch of deductions, you got a big ass tax return, and that's your down payment to buy this house. It's not that you're a genius, it just so happens that things worked out. And because this other person, maybe they're really good with money, but they just never got that lucky break. They get penalized now. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just it's too much. But this whole like 50-50 shit, that's a ridiculous. And this is also what I'm talking about when I say that a judge is not going to take time to try to figure this out. They're not going to. And technically, a judge shouldn't figure it out. It's up to your attorney to figure it out and then explain it to a judge, present it to a judge in a way that they can understand, a judge or a jury in a way that they can understand, so you can get an award. That's how it works. A judge isn't going to. A judge is not like, they call them fact finders, but they're not doing investigations. So, but yeah, that whole 50-50 crap is just crazy. It's just a way for him to steal money from the wives. And we all and here's the thing. Thank you for mentioning that, just scrapping, because this is what I'm talking about. They use things that we're familiar with as a means to get over. 50-50 is something that we talk about as monogamous, and they say it like we should just accept it, like, oh, okay, yeah, because we're used to hearing that. But if you're in a plural marriage, it can't be 50-50. There has to be some bigger division. So technically, what they should be doing is, because you guys are all one family and you want to participate, the only way I can really see it working, you're about to have a breakthrough, y'all. Hold on, buckle up, buttercup. Hold on tight. If you're really going to do that, then you would have to account for 100% of the assets. So if you have 5 adults, you take Mary's house, any property that Mary, Christine, Janelle, Robin, or Cody owns, you add it all together. And then when a wife leaves, she gets 20% of the total asset allotment. That's her buy-in. That's the only way I see it being fair. You get 20% of everything. So Mary's, Lizzie's in. When Christine left, she should have got 20% of that. That's the only way this will work. And nobody's going to be, yay, James, you figured it out. But that's the only way it would be fair. It could work. That's the only way it could work. Because otherwise, you are in a position where 50% of this and 50% of that. But nobody invested in Lizzie's Inn. That's true. But you're married. It's property that was acquired during the course of your marriage. That's just how it works. Like, if I'm married, I go buy a beach house, right? I go buy a beach house, hit the lotto, buy a beach house. My wife is entitled to part ownership of that beach house. But I bought it with my money. I went down, bought for this lottery ticket with my money from my job. It's all mine. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's part of the marital assets. And if you guys are claiming that you're all married and you're all part of one family, all of that, it would only make sense that all of that would be part of the marital assets. Especially anything per per law, like per marital estates, usually anything that you have prior to the marriage would be retained by you as long as you're not using any marital assets to maintain, improve, or invest in said property. You get to claim that, or things that are left to you by in will or inheritance. You could claim that. But Lizzie's Inn was bought with Mary's money after she had already entered into the family. She had been in the family for over 30 years. So technically, they would all be able to cash in on Lizzie's Inn. This is why this shit don't work. But that's where I'm at. Thank you, Just Scrapping. And like I said, if somebody disagrees or wants to talk about it, or they have a way that polygamy could be legalized and make sense, I encourage you to call into the show. Send me an email. I'll bring you up. I'll do a guest spot with you. But I want to have that conversation. I'm curious because I just came up with that spitballing. But that's the only way in my mind. It would have to be divisible. And that's the only way it would be divisible is if you add everybody's shit all together, the McMansion, Lizzie's Inn, Christine's house, anything that Janelle owns, all of it would have to get added up. And then from there, you divide it out. And then whatever's left, when you go, you take your 20%. And that's the only way it would really work. But all right, but let me first give some acknowledgments. I like to first acknowledge the folks who supported the channel with some super chat. So let me give you guys some thank yous. We had Susie Q, Darlene Hall, Just Scrapping, Jody Periscala, Marie H, Ty, Raspberry, Sale 393, YouTube is my time machine, Just Scrapping, Julianne Kinkle. Thank you so much. Let me give you a little something. Then I want to give a huge shout out to the folks who called in and made the show, basically. These are the people who left the messages for SpeakPipe. We had Candace, Cindy from St. Louis. Yeah, there we go. We had Candace, Cindy from St. Louis, Megatron, Tanya Carter, Zuzu, Mary from California, Da Jam, oh Jam. Then we had Linda, UK Michelle, Daisy Reyes, Janet, Carmel Cuties, Lisa Wood, first-time caller, Nikki, first-time caller, Anonymous, G, and Lacey and Mary. Thank you guys so much for calling into the show, leaving those super chats. I want to acknowledge, in addition to the callers, Brittany Not Brittany, Carmel Cuties, and OG Triple OG, Lizzie B. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. It's been a long show, 5.5 hours. Goodness gracious. This is part of the reason why I got to do the new channel. It's my take on Sister Wives Lives. Make sure you guys subscribe to that channel. My take on Sister Wives Lives. If you type it in, it'll come right up. And right now it doesn't have any videos, but it's going to start populating with the live channels or lives that we do on Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and the members' lives are on Saturday. So we'll have those. Saturday lives will probably still be under my take, but the those other shows, those lives for the rewatches will be available on the other channel starting this Sunday. All right. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Let me give you all a little something. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. As long in the tooth, I know. We went a little longer than we hoped. We got some good phone calls in. Hopefully, had some good comments, some laughs, some comments, all that good stuff. Thank you so much. That's my take. I'm James, and this has been my take on reality. And I'm out.